Or it'll say good day to you this day of your time. How are you all? All right. All right. We thank you for the co-creation of the interaction once again. And we would like to begin this transmission by letting you know that there is no mistake that you're here tonight to talk about mistaken identity. So make no mistake, your mistakes are not really mistakes. We understand what you may mean and the experience that you are referring to when you say, all right, I made a mistake, I made an error, something happened that wasn't exactly the way I expected it to be. And of course, we always say when that happens, congratulations. For you have taken an unexpected turn in a direction that can actually be of great benefit to you. But more specifically, the idea here is to redefine the concept, because we also know that many of you, when you experience what you call a mistake, get very down on yourselves, start to worry that you're doing something wrong, heap judgment negatively upon yourself, think less of yourself, think that you should be doing something differently, think that you should be operating in a better way. And while, of course, again, we understand that there can always be improvement, there can always be change, there can always be refinement, there can always be more and more manifestation of what you prefer. Nevertheless, since sometimes it works best for some people on your planet to experience the darkness, which allows them to see the light more easily, the concept of experiencing a mistake can also be used that way. And we would strongly encourage you to do so, so that you can always reap a benefit from an unexpected outcome, even if that unexpected outcome is something that appears to be something you don't prefer. What we would like to suggest, what we would like to encourage you to do whenever you have the experience that you call a mistake, is not to rush past it, not to simply ignore it, not turn away from it, but to examine it more closely, to open your curiosity as to why something happened the way that it did. By opening up in curiosity and exploring the concept of what you previously termed to be a mistake, you may gain great insight into yourself, into your definitions and beliefs, into your processes. You may shed a light, you may illuminate more of how your personality is structured, and this can give you great advantage, great perspective on how to redefine yourself. Of course, also, as many of you know, the concept of a mistake can also in a positive way be used simply as a refinement process. You know that many great inventors on your planet found that they did not invent the thing they were attempting to invent hundreds, thousands of times before they finally invented it. Those that allowed themselves to remain in the state of being that is exemplified by curiosity and fascination and imagination understood that the benefit of finding ways in which the invention did not work was also a positive thing, because it brought them one step closer to understanding by examining their mistakes. You all know and have heard the phrase, learning from your mistakes. And in that sense, you know it can be a positive endeavor, a positive process. But the idea also is to not just think that it's only for you. Because as you, like any explorer, walk a path that may never have been walked before, and find things that may not necessarily be to your preference, nevertheless, by examining them, by opening your curiosity to them and exploring them, you're not only refining the process for yourself, you are refining the process for others as well. Every time you go down a path where something doesn't work in the way that you expected it to, you are charting a course for others so that they don't necessarily have to walk that path as well. The idea of finding out that something doesn't work the way you thought it would saves other people a lot of time, because now they know it won't necessarily work that way for them as well. And so you are being of benefit to the larger community, to the mass consensus, in being willing to explore things that may not necessarily be the most efficient path for someone else to take. And so you have acted as a pioneer. You have explored uncharted territories. You have gone into what you call terra incognita. Be careful, there be dragons here. And so you have cleared the path, shown the way, and allowed yourself, by attempting to go down different paths and different branches that ended in what you might refer to as a dead end, have shown the path that does lead to more understanding, to more experience, to more awareness. You have refined and made more efficient the journey and the process of others in discovering these things you call mistakes. There is no reason to heap negative judgment upon yourselves whatsoever in the experience of this. And if you are willing to pause when something happens that you call a mistake and stay with it, play with it, again, open your curiosity to it and say, why do I suppose this happened this way? What is here that could be revealed to me that I might otherwise not have discovered about myself, about my process, about my thoughts, my behaviors, my feelings, my beliefs? Let me sit with this. Let me ponder. For this is also just as exciting as the thing I thought I was exploring. For this is unexpected. And this opens up a new door, a new realm I didn't know existed. Let me walk through it. Let me stay for a while. Let me see what I can extract and glean from this experience. You may be very surprised to find that it actually will reveal to you things that will benefit you later down the road that you may have thought, well, this doesn't belong. I don't know why I found this. I don't know why this happened. This doesn't seem to have anything at all to do with what I chose to do. But you may find later that what seemed at first to be a mistaken experience will actually give you something you needed farther down the road than you can see from where you are right now. Because you can hearken back and go, ah, yes, that thing I learned by going down that path that led to a mistake now comes into play in a different way, from a different level, on a different perspective, from a broader point of view, and now I can see why that wasn't a mistake at all, but something I didn't know I needed to pick up along the way. Something I needed to know about myself that now allows me, now that I have arrived where I thought I might wind up, it allows me more appreciation and more ability to experience what it is I am experiencing now. And therefore I see the whole pattern, the whole idea from a holistic point of view. And I don't have to assume that what I experienced before as a mistake was an interruption, was an obstacle, was anything that had nothing at all to do with my path, but was really part of the learning process, the process of learning more and more about who and what I am, which is the whole point. For as we have said, the process is the point. The journey is the destination. And in that way, there are no mistakes. Everything that happens, even what might seem at the moment to be a mistake, is part of that journey and is valid for what it is, and teaches you something if you're willing just to sit with it for a while, just to be curious about what it is and what it has to tell you, what it has to reflect to you. Now, in another interpretation of the idea of mistaken identity, most of you think you know who you are. You don't. Not really. This is what you're discovering on this path, in this process, on this journey. You are discovering who you are, but you don't really fully know who you are yet. And as you move forward and absorb every single reflection, every single lesson, every single experience, you add to the knowledge, you add to the understanding, you add to the vision of who it is you actually are. Because by having fragmented yourself, so to speak, you are taking this journey to gather yourself back together. You are walking down a path with this basket on your arm, and here and there you pick up the pieces of yourself and put them in the basket, And by the end of the journey, you have all the pieces you need to reassemble yourself and understand who it is that truly began this journey, but began it from a position of forgetting who you are. And now you have recollected yourself along the way, remembered yourself along the way to know who you really are. Please recall that while you may from time to time define the idea of channeling as something that you do only in moments, when you are operating at your peak, when you're in alignment with the thing you love to do, when you're operating on that frequency in alignment with your true self, and while that is nonetheless true, I let you in on a little secret now. You're channeling all the time. Why? Because your personality, what you think yourself to be, is artificial. It's a projection. You're channeling the personality you think you are because it's coming from your higher being, and it's being projected into the concept of a limited physical reality, and as such, the person you think yourself to be is a channeled entity. So you are, in a sense, walking through life as no one in particular, learning who you can express yourself to be, that is perhaps more and more and more and more representative of who you actually are on a bigger level, on a greater level, from a higher point of view. So you're all channels. Every single person on your planet is channeling their personality through from a higher source. Now, when we say it's an artificial construct, we do not in any way, shape, or form mean to demean it, but it is simply that when you think of yourself as this personality as you go through life, that's a mistaken identity. It's not really, totally who you are. It's a reflective piece, it's a symbol, it's a representation of an idea, of a concept, of a theme that the greater you is exploring through this device you call a personality, this channeled projection, this symbol, this reflection, this representation of this theme. You are, as a person, an exploration of a theme from a particular perspective. So you are all being channeled all the time from the higher you, the higher version of you. This will dovetail into the idea that we will explore tomorrow of your time, representing the oversoul point of view. We will connect this idea of your channeled personalities to the idea of how the oversoul experiences itself in this way, and how you can, by connecting a little bit more deeply into the understanding that you are, as a person, simply a channeled entity, how you can use that to accelerate and amplify and magnify your journey in life by learning not only to view yourself from the individuated identity you think yourselves to be, but also from the oversoul point of view and perspective of what it means to be an individual soul, an individual personality. But you are quite ephemeral. You are quite a bunch of shapeshifters. You are always changing, always morphing, as you say, into a different person, moment to moment to moment to moment. Because if your personality, if you as a person was actually truly a solid thing, you wouldn't be able to change. It has to be a smokescreen, an idea, in a sense, truly insubstantial. And thus it gives you the opportunity to express yourself in any number of ways, to create the experience of space and time and continuity and change, and discover yourself from a new point of view over and over and over and over again. If you really were a solid entity, this wouldn't be possible. You are the projection of light upon a movie screen. You are a character in a play. You are an idea, a beautiful idea, but an idea of your greater self. You are a dream that is being dreamed by all that is, and you are also the dreamer, for you are all that is, in all the ways that you can be. But as you now walk through life, do not mistake the idea of your personality as the only thing that is you. For though it may seem to be consistent, it is not. That is your illusion. You are far more malleable and flexible and changeable than you may think. And now is the time for you to open up your identity in such a way so as to not make the mistake that you are more solid than you actually are, that you are unchangeable, and that continuity doesn't have to seem to be as fixed as you have thought it to be in the past, and that your past and future are all here now, and you can exemplify, you can take on the clothing of the different identities that are all still representative of the greater you, the greater identity, of which this identity is a part. But you can begin to think of yourselves in a much bigger way by knowing how ephemeral this identity of your personality truly is. So now as you go through life, open up to the greater identity. Does that make sense to you? All right. Do you allow yourselves, when we tell you that you are channeling your personalities, to start to feel a little bit different about who you think you are? Because the real you is the person behind the curtain. Your body is just a curtain. And it is not your identity. It is a piece of it, but it is not your identity. To believe so would be a mistake. But it has served you. It has brought you to this point where you can pull back the curtain and reveal more of yourself to yourself, and oh, what a shock you will find. How brilliant, how limitless, how beautiful, how amazing, how creative, how imaginative, how powerful is that being behind the curtain who has created the curtain, who has created the illusion, who has created the smokescreen, who has created this identity, who has channeled this personality in order to explore a realm of consciousness within the greater consciousness that you are. For remember, there is no outside. Everything you experience is taking place within the greater consciousness that you are, including this concept you call a body. Your consciousness is not in your body. Your body is in your consciousness. It is a projection of light, an illusion of reflection. Smoke and mirrors is what you are. So, blow yourselves away and see what actually reflects back to you in the mirror of creation. We thank you for allowing us to point this out. There will be more depth on this idea as we progress in our interactions with you to bring more of you to the forefront. But in the meantime, please begin with your sharing, if you wish.
Hello, Bashar.
And a you good day.
Hi.
I will pose a question now to each of you before you ask your questions or engage us in dialogue. Are you ready?
Yes.
Who are you?
I do not know.
Exactly. Perfect answer. Ask your question.
I actually had a statement
Oh, all right.
and then a question. Maybe
Okay.
2 questions.
We will see.
Yeah. The first question, it was about...
Oh, what about the statement?
Oh, the statement. The statement.
You can do it in whatever order you wish.
I wanted to talk about my experience with the contact crystal in relation to what you were talking about today.
All right.
Okay, so after I got the contact crystal, I
Yes.
started to remember. I started to remember past incarnations on Earth.
All
I
right.
started to remember my friends started to become. Well, they were not
Yes.
just friends in this incarnation, but they were friends in all of
All
my
right.
incarnations. And
And
even,
you understand that the idea of those incarnations is that they exist simultaneously, yes?
yes,
And that they actually aren't you as a personality. They are their own people.
yes,
You're
and
just
I've
making
had
connections
those
to them.
experiences
Yes.
too.
Yes.
I found that my fear from money came from an incarnation.
No,
From
it doesn't
I mean,
come
not
from an
came from
incarnation.
it, but it's sort of. I could
You're
sense
connecting to an incarnation that is having a similar experience and exploring a similar theme because that's one of the themes that you chose to explore in this incarnation. So you connect to that incarnation because it can download experience, information, and energy to you to help you explore the theme you're exploring here that's similar, just as you are providing information and energy to them to help them explore that theme simultaneously in their frame of reference.
Yes, and it felt like that.
Yes,
It's
that's
sort of
because
like-
it is that.
Like even when I looked in the mirror, it sort of because I knew that reincarnation's name, and I knew we were simultaneously going through the same thing.
Yes, it's an illusion to say reincarnation, but
Yes.
the experience is real, though it's not an accurate description of the mechanism.
Yes.
All right, and so?
And it's also allowed me to channel different psychic abilities and
Yes.
a lot of interesting experiences.
All right, well,
Okay.
thank you for using the permission slip in that way to open yourself
Yes.
up to more of who you are.
Yes, it was a fantastic permission slip.
All right.
Okay, so then my first question was,
Yes.
I recall the time where I was driving in the car and I found myself back where I had started from.
Yes.
Did I teleport?
Well, you had some help.
That's what I was thinking, but it happened. Yes.
Is that a question?
Okay. Well,
It sounded like you were about to say something after that. It happened one night.
what happened
It happened
one time?
one day. It
It
happened
happened
at
one day.
3 p.m.
It's around 5.
But you
p.m.
meant it happened?
It happened. So I guess that could have been more of a statement because at the time when it happened, it was obvious that it happened. But you know,
All right, yes, but you had some help.
thank you. And also, last week I found myself sort of in a it felt like a near-death experience because it looked like a car accident, like the car came towards me and the car.
Yes.
But then it felt like the opposite car phased through me and only hit my
shifted.
car.
You shifted.
Okay.
You shifted out of the way.
It felt like that because it was quite dramatic. It was okay.
Yes. These kinds of things will happen more and more the more ephemeral you know reality is. You'll start to see these symptoms of you merging into fourth density reality where the physical reality you've always been taught is so solid is not. You'll have more and more of these kinds of slippery experiences. Yes?
Yes.
All right, so these kinds of things, while seemingly miraculous and magical and strange and weird, are going to become par for the course.
It is becoming it's becoming natural. Like
It is natural.
Yes, I'm starting to notice that as I reincarnate with more and more. I mean, as I connect with
Yes.
more and more
Yes.
simultaneous incarnations.
More of yourself,
Yes.
more of the experiences. Yes.
I have one more question. Could you tell me who helped me with the teleportation?
Other dimensional beings.
Well, I'm pretty sure I'm related to them in some way. If they
Yes.
helped. Okay. Well, I guess that was it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Love you.
Our love to you as well.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day. Who are you?
I'm evolving. I'm not.
Who are you?
I'm someone that's involved.
Who are you?
I don't know.
Thank you. What is your question?
Well, I've been doing a lot of research on the sun.
On the sun.
Yes.
You have been doing the research on the sun, or you're researching about the sun?
I'm researching about the sun.
Oh, all right.
And the reason why I'm researching it is because I had a meditation
Yes.
where I was shown by another version of myself
Yes.
that is from the Orion belt area.
Yes, yes, yes.
And they were saying that they don't eat, but they absorb the sun.
The energy of the
Yes,
sun. Yes.
and
Well,
that-
it's similar to what we do.
And that's what they were telling me. And they were like, you need to start doing that more.
No, you don't need to start doing it. You can start doing it.
Okay.
It may be part of your natural evolution eventually as a species, but you don't have to push yourself.
Okay.
As long as you simply stay in alignment with your true vibration and evolve naturally, then if such a thing is relevant, it will start to happen.
Okay. So if I want to just practice meditating, being with the sun, that's okay.
Well, why not?
Okay. I didn't want to push myself too much. I just wanted to make sure.
Well, all right, but as long as you're simply doing what it is you love to do with no insistence on a particular outcome, then you're fine.
Okay.
Yes?
Thank you. Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Do you know the name of your sun?
No, I don't.
You know your star has a name, yes?
No, I did not know that.
Well, you named it, all of you. You don't know the name of your own star?
Other than the fact that we call it the sun? No.
Sol. That's why it's called the solar system.
Thank you for telling me that. I had no idea.
So now you know something else in your research.
Yes. Thank you. And they were also telling me that the sun, our soul, is connected to other suns
Of
that
course.
are in other solar systems.
Of course.
And that they communicate with each other and communicate
There
with
is
us.
consciousness connected with it, but of a kind that you, as a person, can't really imagine.
Okay. That's very interesting. Okay, thank you for telling me that.
Oh, all right.
Which leads me to another question, which a friend also wanted me to ask you.
Yes.
Meditation. I find out a lot of things through meditation.
All right, then that's a permission slip that clearly works for you.
Yes, yes. And so my friend wanted to know if you could expound on that a little bit about how you can use meditation as a permission slip, because a lot of people find it as a block. You know, people have a hard time getting into
Well,
meditation.
perhaps they have too limiting a definition of meditation.
Okay.
Anytime you are doing what you love to do and you are flowing, that's a form of dynamic meditation. There are many forms of meditation. The whole point of that permission slip is to simply allow you to function in the moment. Stay present. So any way that you can allow yourself to experience that can be a form of meditation.
So what about when we're sleeping? Oh, sorry.
Midi, in the middle. Stay here, stay now. Meditation, yes?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So anything that allows you to stay here, stay now, stay in the middle between the poles is your meditation. Does that make sense?
Yes, that was crystal clear.
Oh, all right.
Thank you. And what about sleeping? Is it the same?
What about sleeping?
Is it the same sort of thing where you can?
It can be used that way, but generally speaking, no. It's not the same sort of thing exactly, because it allows you to disconnect from the idea of the channeling of your personality and experience more of your greater self. In a sense, you could say it's like recharging your batteries. Yes?
Yes. Thank you.
All right. And then you can rechannel this personality you think yourself to be,
Yes.
which is really nothing more than a probe, in a sense. You're all a bunch of probes. Yes, some of you are anal probes.
Oh my gosh. BASHAR. Okay.
Yes?
That was a good one.
Well,
That was a
thank
good
you.
one. So I also wanted to ask you about, are you familiar with the term earthing or grounding?
Grounding.
Yes.
Yes.
I've always known it deep down inside, but I just recently consciously realize the healing effects of being barefoot on Earth.
All right. And so?
It's wonderful.
Yes, it
It's-
is.
And I
So you'll be doing more of that?
yes,
Oh, all right.
yes, I do it every day now.
Oh, all right.
It's just been so healing and so amazing.
Yes.
But I guess my question is, I know that it's going to help Mother Earth as well.
Yes.
Is it an exchange of energy? So I'm
Of course.
receiving energy and also giving energy to Mother Earth.
Absolutely.
Okay. And that's one of the reasons why it's so important.
Well, in a sense, I mean, really understand it is one system. So when you say an exchange of energy, well, yes, there is, but it's all one energy exchanging within itself. It's just that you are helping to facilitate the flow of that energy in a natural way by the methodology you are calling an exchange of energy. You're just allowing yourself to recognize that there are patterns of flow and resonance within the overall system of the energy of what you call your world, your reality, including the Earth, including your entire solar system.
Yes. Sometimes I do feel like I can feel the cosmos.
Yes. Well, it is one system. It is one thing that appears to be differentiated. Remember, everything is here and now. When we say everything, we mean everything. Everything is here and now. It's only appearing to be separated by what you would call resonance or frequency. All time, all space is the same place and the same moment, but from a different point of view. There is only one place. Here, there is only one moment. Now. So what you call different places and different moments have to be the same place and the same moment, but from another perspective.
I love that. Thank you.
Make sense?
It does. It does.
So what you call the farthest star of the farthest galaxy of the farthest universe, right here, right now, you just don't experience it because you're on a different frequency. But it's right here. You're standing right in the middle of the biggest star in creation. But you're not burning up because you're on a different frequency. You understand?
Yes. I've never had it explained like that before. Thank you.
Does that help?
It does. It does. So when we getting to the oversoul question. So I do a lot.
That's for tomorrow.
Oh yes, but I won't get too into that. But I do astrology and numerology charts.
All right, those are permission slips as well.
Yes, and what I'm discovering, and I'm very excited as I do each one, is I'm realizing that okay, so the oversoul, it's all of my selves are happening at the same time simultaneously. So therefore, when the oversoul decided that me as myself and all these other versions of myself, it would plan out the
doesn't plan.
Okay, so it doesn't plan it out.
It just is all those versions. That's what it is. It doesn't have to plan. It's simply its nature.
So when I'm looking at an astronumerology chart and it just is so crystal clear about this person's life path, their destiny, what they're supposed to do.
The theme they chose to explore.
Yes, the soul blueprint.
Yes. Well, the individuated soul is that expression. And the individuated personality is the action of that expression, is the expression of that choice.
So the astrology and the numerology charts are just vibrations expressing, and
they are reflections of what's going on within a particular consciousness point of view.
Ah, okay.
They're not controlling anything, they're reflecting.
That makes sense.
I know, that's why I said it.
And it's very exciting to me when I discover it. Yes, it is. So yeah. Okay, cool. And one last question. I have an affinity for Mount Shasta. I have not been there yet.
Oh, all right.
But in meditations, I've been told that I should go there, and when I have children,
should?
It would be beneficial to me if I would take a trip there.
And so you're going to?
I am.
All right.
And they also said that I should take, when I have children, I should take my children there.
If you wish.
Is it because of it's known as the
crown chakra?
Yes. Is that part of why it's so it's special? it's a special area on Earth?
Well, what you're being told is that it may reflect certain vibrations that are specific to the vibrations that would be beneficial for you to be exposed to in that particular way, as that particular permission slip mountain. So what's being read is simply the idea of the frequencies within the patterns of your own energy, and it's being recognized that that may be a reflection of some things that are representative of themes that you wish to explore, and therefore your belief system says that by exposure to this mountain permission slip, those things will be reflected to me more easily. It's up to you.
Okay. I plan on going. I do.
Oh, all right.
Thank you, Bashar. That's it.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
And a you good day. Who are you?
I still do not know.
All right. Congratulations.
Thank you. So I have a handful of questions. One
Just
of them...
one hand?
At least one handful
Oh,
of
all
questions. So one of them is about the universe and...
Your universe? Or
in
the
particular,
multiverse?
just the universe.
Just your universe?
Just the universe at a quantum level.
Yes.
Does the universe not expand out from each and every one of us from our central location?
Yes.
So at a particle level, does not the universe expand out from each individual particle?
Yes. That's what we call the prime radius.
So each particle has the universe expand out.
There is only one particle. It pretends to be many particles. It appears to be many particles, but it's actually only one particle. Does that make sense to you? Would you like us to explain in more detail?
Yes.
Imagine, and again, of course, this is simply a symbol to explain it in physical terms. It's a representational idea. Nevertheless, it will do as an analogy. But imagine there is only one particle, and everything is just an infinite empty void. Have you got that so far?
Yes.
Now, because there's only the one particle, there are no real laws of physics that impinge upon it. It can do anything it wants, because it's not violating anything, because it's all that exists. Yes? Therefore, it can go as fast as it possibly can, which means it can actually travel at infinite speed. Yes? So if it can travel at infinite speed, that means it can be actually everywhere in that infinite void all at once, can't it?
Yes.
So it can occupy every single position within that void, thus appearing to be a number of particles when in fact it's just the same one particle appearing next to itself over and over and over again at infinite speed. Therefore, any expansion that you're talking about is simply the expansion of that one particle, but from a different point of view. Because every point of view looks the same because it's holographic in nature.
Is there a way for me to experience that on a material level, as far as all of the particles being in multiple places or really the same place all at one time?
You can have glimpses of it. You can have very brief experiences of that in your physical reality. But the whole point of staying in your physical reality is not necessarily to experience that fully all the time. You can dip your toe into it and then use the experience in your physical reality, apply the result of that experience in your physical reality, which is the point of having the physical experience. But were you to stay in that state, you wouldn't need to be physical anymore.
So I've heard you say that, you do teleportation through, now I'm here, now I'm somewhere else.
Yes.
Are you able to do that, not only bending space, basically, but also are you able to do that as bending through time?
Well, yes, although that's not exactly what's happening. As we have explained, we understand that what you call location in space and time is not something that an object occupies. It's a property of the object itself. Therefore, by changing the variable of location within the object, both in space and time, you're actually changing the object. And therefore, if you impose upon an object in location A the vibration of location B, it has to stop existing at location A and suddenly start existing at location B. But what exists at location B is a completely different object. It's just that you're creating a continuity between them to make it seem as if the same object has moved. Because remember, everyone is already everywhere. So all you're really doing is relocating yourself from one point of view to another point of view, because you already occupy all space and all time, so to speak. So it's just like closing your left eye and opening your right eye, and that's shifting in space and time. Does that make sense?
Very good. Very good. Thank you.
Does that help?
Yes. Yes, it does.
Anything else?
So I have a question on first contact.
Yes.
And at what point in time, month and year, will it be undeniably to all of the beings on this planet, Earth, that it is undeniably, there is definitely a ship, and without a doubt, there is contact, that we will know it?
Sometime absolutely no later than between your years of 2033 to 2050. Although the window for open contact will begin between 2025 and 2033. But in the way you have phrased the question about the undeniability of it to the majority of people on your planet, absolutely no later than 2033 to 2050.
Is there a potential of what some might call a false flag attack, where perhaps there is existing alien type of equipment here on our...
Depends on the version of Earth you choose to experience. It can be experienced by those who wish to lock into the idea of the fear-based scenario, but it doesn't have to be experienced if you simply know that you don't need to experience that.
Excellent.
Because remember, it's not happening to the version of Earth that you're on now. Open contact is happening on a different version of Earth that you need to shift to in order to experience it. Make sense?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So choose which version you wish to experience by staying in your joy or staying in your fear. It's that simple.
Perfect.
Because all of them are going on right now. Remember, we're just closing one eye and opening another.
Right. Thank you.
Yes.
I believe my last question is about human origin, as far as why were beings put here on this planet in the first place. I've heard that it was to mine gold and perhaps bring it to a different...
Well, there is one aspect of your history that does contain that, but you weren't put here. The idea is that there was a naturally evolved hominid being that existed on your planet as part of its natural evolution, and genetically it was altered by an extraterrestrial race to become what you now understand yourself to be as Homo sapien.
Can you tell me what that extraterrestrial race was?
Well, you refer to them as the Anunnaki.
Are we to actually mine that gold and
Well,
bring
not
it
now.
back to that planet? Or
Not now. Back then, that is something that was happening. But the idea is that the way things happened back then was ultimately found out by the majority of the Anunnaki, and the Anunnaki contingent that was on your planet who was doing those genetic alterations was recalled, because it was understood that much of what they were doing was not within the integrity of the Anunnaki people. And so you were left to your own devices with some guidance now and then, in a sense, to attempt to course correct the idea of what that contingent has done and allow you to grow and evolve as a species in balance. Of course, it's been what you would call a little bit of a rocky road. Nevertheless, you are now allowing some of the genetic markers that were shut off within you to open up, because remember, you all contain Anunnaki genes. And now you're beginning to open those markers for a variety of reasons, and now beginning to reclaim more of your true birthright and functioning more like the Anunnaki.
Is there a time when we will be able to create more energy than what we consume within the next few years?
In terms of your technology?
In terms of our technology?
Yes, that will exist before 2050 as well, as we read your energy now.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day. Who are you?
I don't know.
Thank you.
And besides the answer, I don't know. Actually, in this physical body right now, I am Niefei from China.
Yes.
And actually, I have a twin brother, Nietong, who has set up a hypnosis training center with me in China.
Yes.
And we teach hypnotherapy.
So, all right. How exciting.
Yeah, so my first question would be on healing.
Yes.
Specifically, how can we do instant or rapid healing?
Well, only by attracting someone who prefers to be instantly and rapidly healed. Because remember, no healer actually does the healing. The healer gives off a frequency or helps another person get into a state of being where they are finally willing to heal themselves by matching that frequency. So you're making suggestions, you're creating an environment through the hypnotherapy or through your own vibration. And if the person that's attracted to you is willing to match that frequency, willing to go into that state, then they will heal themselves because the state is representative of their healed selves, their healed state of being. That's how it works. Sometimes you can attract someone who doesn't want to be healed, but you have to know that you've done the best you can and you have to allow them to experience whatever they're choosing. But that's how healing works. You induce them to heal themselves.
Okay, but sometimes when they are not healed, sometimes I get disappointed. I don't.
Why? You have done what they asked you to do, not heal me. Do you understand?
Okay. Yeah,
If someone attracts themselves to a healer, maybe they've attracted themselves to prove they cannot be healed because that's what they believe they want to prove. And so you've done them the favor of reinforcing what they choose to believe. And so you have done your job.
Okay, so I was going to ask you for a permission slip for this, so right now I don't think it's...
You have all the permission slips you need.
Okay, I know.
You're doing just fine. Just keep going.
Thank you. And another question
And
is...
please, don't disappoint yourself from your place of power just because something unexpected happens.
Okay.
Yes? Reappoint yourself and stay in your place of power. No matter what the outcome looks like, it is still serving some positive benefit, even if only showing something negative that they can then see they don't prefer, which is a positive thing to realize. Yes?
Yes.
All right. So everything can work in a positive way. If you remain in a positive state, at least you'll get the benefit of that, even if someone else chooses not to.
Okay.
All right? And then you don't disappoint yourself from that position, and you remain an example of what they could choose if they choose to match that vibration. But if you disappoint yourself and remove yourself from being an example, then you're not giving them anything to choose other than what they're already choosing, because now you're matching their negative vibration instead of inviting them to match your positive one. That's what disappointment does.
Oh, I understand.
Thank you.
Thank you. And another question is, I asked this question on behalf of my friend because actually she drew the lottery, not me. She says that although sometimes she has found out one of her belief systems and she knows that that belief is not serving the best, most in a beneficial way, sometimes she cannot change it, or she
can change it. She just has a belief that she can't. So she has to find out what that belief is about why she would be afraid to change it. Because the only reason you wouldn't change something you don't prefer is because you are afraid to, and that means you have a belief that makes what you prefer seem scarier than what you don't prefer. So she has to find out what that belief is that's making what she prefers seem to be not the choice that she would prefer. She's coloring it with a belief that she hasn't discovered yet.
Just for example, she says that perhaps she has a belief system that if there is no money, there's no freedom in life, and every time. But although she knows this is not true, she still finds it difficult to change this belief system.
She may intellectually comprehend that it's not true, but she doesn't know that it's not true. Because if she knew it, she wouldn't be doing it that way. Because knowing and action and behavior are synonymous. What you know to be true is in your behavior. You just do it without question. So she doesn't know it to be true, which means she hasn't actually discovered what the belief is yet. She needs to do more digging.
So how can she be...
She has to be willing to find the answer and not be afraid to look. She's afraid to look because she's afraid that if she finds the answer, she's going to find out that something negative about her is actually true. I guarantee it won't be, but the belief, the negative belief, may be making her believe that she shouldn't go digging because it'll be scary to do so. So she has to, in a sense, ignore that and realize that the scarier things get, that means you're much closer to breaking through. Because when you really feel a lot of fear about moving in the direction of your joy, of your preference, when you feel the greatest fear, that means the negative belief knows you are just inches away from breaking through, and it's doing everything it can to stop you. It's throwing the book at you. And it's going to increase the fear as much as it can because it knows that you're just moments away from breaking through that threshold into joy. So the most fear is the best sign. Just keep going. Break through it. Don't let it convince you that it's going to get worse. Because even if it does, you're just that much closer to suddenly everything being exactly what it needs to be. Yes?
Yes,
Make sense?
in a sense.
Do you think you can communicate that to your friend?
Yeah, actually, she is listening right now.
Oh, all right. We'll see if she's really listening.
Okay. And another question, this comes to, sometimes I know if I truly believe in something, that thing will happen, such as if I believe I can
But
fly
not
out-
necessarily in the way that you think. Remember, no insistence on what it should look like.
Okay.
What you need to know and believe is that whatever happens will be to your benefit, so who cares what it looks like?
Okay.
You can have a specific idea and you can use the specific picture to get you excited into the appropriate excited state, but you have to drop the picture. You can't be that specific all the time because you don't know that your specific idea is actually the best thing that needs to happen for you. You don't know that.
Okay. Just like if I truly believe I can fly, I can fly.
Yes.
But the reason
If it is relevant for you, yes.
the fact that I'm not flying is because
Means
I
it's
do
not relevant.
It's not relevant. Okay. How can I make it be relevant?
How do you know? How do you know that it needs to be relevant?
Okay.
How do you know that it needs to be relevant? If it's really representative of your excitement, then you can take whatever action you can take, that you're able to take, to see if it's relevant. But if it doesn't happen, then that tells you it's not relevant for you right now.
Okay.
No matter how excited you may be about it, the excitement is to get you to take actions. It doesn't mean that the thing you take actions on has to come to fruition. That's why we say you have to drop your expectation and your insistence and your assumption about what the outcome of your action needs to look like. Because sometimes the thing that excites you the most doesn't excite you because that thing has to happen. It excites you just to get you off your butt and get moving, because that's what would get you moving. And then the thing that really needs to happen happens, because now you're moving. So sometimes excitement is just a lure, not the thing that actually needs to happen. That's why you need to completely drop your insistence on what the outcome has to be, because you don't know what the best outcome actually needs to be.
Okay, I understand.
Thank you.
Another question is, actually in my country, in China, the largest metaphysical website, there's a website called Awaker. And the meaning is that people are awakening,
Yes.
humankind awakening.
You are
this kind of
awakening
thing.
in the dream and realizing it is a dream.
And the founders of this website actually wanted me to ask you the question. Could you please give a definition about the word awakening?
Well, again, the idea is that when you go to sleep at night and dream, you are actually awake. And when you wake up in the morning, you're actually dreaming. So the awakening is a reference to the idea of knowing, as I just said, that physical reality is a dream. And when you wake up in the dream, you will be lucid and you will understand that physical reality can be created in any number of ways because it's just a dream. So that's what the awakening is about. Awakening to the fact that physical reality is a dream you're having.
Oh, thank you.
Yes? Does that help?
Yeah, it helps.
All right, well, then, will that do?
I have another question, but before that, I think the website, the founders of the website would be really, really excited when they know that I asked you this question.
Oh, all right.
And another thing is that, as I said, I have a twin brother, Nieteng, who I want to know about our connection, maybe in the past lives or...
I cannot help you with that right now. It is not relevant for you at this moment.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Another thing is...
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Happy flying.
Okay. Thank you very much, Bashar.
Good day, Bashar.
And a you good day. Who are you?
I do not know.
Thank you.
I've been taught about many teachers, or sorry, people who have used different methods to gain enlightenment.
Yes.
And part of the story is that they don't have to come back here, or they have the ability not to come back to this reality.
You all have that ability. As soon as you know you do. That's it. As soon as you know everything is a choice, you can make whatever choice you wish at any stage of your experience of yourself.
So all the spiritual disciplines that we have here to teach us how to gain enlightenment is essentially to realize this purpose.
Is to realize that you are more than you think you are, and that you are freer than you think you are, and that you always have choice. And that enlightenment really is simply lightening up on yourself.
Thank you.
Does that help?
That does help.
Are you enlightened now?
I don't think so.
Oh, all right.
But I want to be.
Well, that's a very enlightened statement. If you don't think you're enlightened, then maybe you are. Anything else?
Yes. If somebody has suffered a tragedy or greatly at the hands of another person,
Yes.
is the goal forgiveness?
It can be one of the expressions of enlightenment, because the idea behind forgiveness is that you understand from compassion that the only reason someone would perpetrate or force something upon another is because they themselves are in pain. And they're simply lashing out because they resent being shown an example of self-empowerment which they've been taught to believe they don't have. It takes a victim to make a victim. Do you understand? So if you understand that perpetrators are victims first and have compassion, then it is possible to teach them how to find their self-empowerment and allow them to know they are as powerful as they need to be to attract whatever they need without having to hurt themselves or anyone else in the process. Because the greatest power actually only needs the gentlest touch. And anything that is being forced on another means that the person doesn't actually believe they have any power. Otherwise, why would they need to force anything? You understand?
Yeah, I do.
Does this help?
That helps. Is euthanasia or suicide a bad thing?
It depends on how it's done as to whether it's positive or negative, doesn't it? If someone is allowing themselves to take themselves out because they don't believe, again, that they are empowered, that they feel they have no choices, they feel trapped, they are in a negative belief system and see no other way out, well, it's not necessarily the most positive action they could take, because more often than not, people who are committing the idea you call suicide from that very negative place will usually, upon arriving in the spirit world, go, oops, not really what I originally intended to do, and now I see, well, that wasn't really the thing I wanted to explore. I kind of got caught up in certain things and sort of blinded to the fact that I always had a choice. But nevertheless, this is something I can learn from. So in that sense, it's never ultimately a negative thing, because you can always learn from it, and on that level you do. Now, again, the idea is always behind why something is chosen, why something is done. But nevertheless, ultimately, if you can always learn something positive from it, then you can always transform it. Yes?
I see.
Does that help?
That helps.
All right, anything else?
Last question. Is there anything I can do, any method, anything at all, to increase my intelligence?
Don't ask questions like that. And you will be much smarter. Because you will already know that if you're acting on your highest joy to the best of your ability, with no insistence on the outcome, everything you need to know in your life will be known by you. And therefore you will be as intelligent as you can possibly be, until you question whether there's something else you can do to become more intelligent. Does that make sense? You understand the paradox in this statement?
It's very interesting. I heard you comment on C# being a frequency that we can align ourselves to.
It's a permission slip like any other. If you're attracted to it, use it. If you're not, don't. It's whatever works for you. That's it. Whatever works for you. All the different permission slips and all the different tools and techniques and methodologies that we suggest are simply that, suggestions. To encourage you to use your imagination to see if that works for you, or to use your imagination to alter it in a way that does, or to use your imagination to find another technique, tool, or permission slip that you believe works for you best. That's all. It's an encouragement to get you to explore, to let you know it's okay to explore, to allow you to know it's okay to use whatever works best for you. Does that help?
It does. It's beautiful. Thank you.
Do you feel more intelligent now?
I do, actually.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then you are. And please, all of you, remember, you are all already brilliant. It's just that sometimes you use your brilliance to make yourself believe that you're not. But that's brilliant, isn't it? Andrew, you good day. Who are you?
Faye.
Who are you?
Faye.
Who are you?
I don't know.
Thank you. That's the honest answer. Faye is just what you're channeling at the moment, but it's not who you actually are. Remember what we said?
Yes.
So, you don't really know.
Okay.
Is that okay that you don't know? All right.
See, I am new to this channeling.
No,
this is my
I
first
just
time.
explained that you're not. Because you've been channeling your personality your entire life. You are maybe new to the idea that you've been doing that, but you're not new to channeling itself.
Exactly.
All right.
So, what is the connection between our planet and your planet? And
Well,
how do we benefit from each other?
We are genetically connected because we are a hybrid race that is the product of some of your genetics along with the genetics of another species. And therefore we are family. We are connected. So we are here to help make suggestions and encourage you to go down paths that are to your benefit, because we have seen the alternative and we know that that's not what you prefer.
Well, if that's the case and we are so connected,
Yes.
why are you allowing the human beings on earth hurt each other like that.
I have nothing
And
to do with
wars
it.
and everything.
I have
No,
nothing to do with it. You have a misunderstanding. You're the ones that are allowing it. We can't stop you from the choices that you make that are negative. We would never intervene because it's your choice. You have to stop doing it. You have to choose to stop doing it. We're not going to run your life for you. We're not going to force you to do things. That would be counterproductive because then we would just be acting like you all act.
But you're saying we are connected.
We
But
are
you are
connected.
saying we're connected, we have the same
We
genes.
are connected. Why do you think we're having these conversations where we encourage you to make more positive choices? We can't force you to make a positive choice, can we?
No, but you can influence us according to
What do you think we're
channeling.
doing? What do you think we're doing in these conversations?
You're doing it with peaceful people. We want you to do it with people who are causing wars.
You have to do it with those people because it's your planet.
Okay. So how do we benefit from each other then?
Well,
What's
I
the
just told you
benefit of
one
it?
way. If you adopt a lot of the ideas that we're suggesting, you will experience a more positive world. At the same time, when you experience a more positive world and expand your energy, then we get to interact with you more often, and that expands our family, and that benefits us. We can together become more than we can become separately.
Great. Okay.
But this is a process.
Okay. How can you define a soulmate?
A soulmate can be anyone in your life at any given moment who reflects to you the thing you need to know most importantly at that moment.
That's it?
That's it. It can be expressed in any number of ways in terms of different kinds of relationships, but a soulmate fundamentally, basically, can be anyone in any form, in any kind of relationship who is reflecting to you at that moment the most important thing you need reflected to you to allow you more opportunity to become more of yourself.
So it could be a female or it could be a male.
Anyone.
Anyone.
Yes, you have most of you have very outdated, outmoded, old-fashioned versions of definitions for these things that need to be modernized for your 21st century.
That's why I'm asking.
Yes, well, that's why I'm answering.
Thank you. Okay, how can I help my daughter stop picking out mates that need help?
Teach her how powerful she is instead of giving her power away.
Great, great.
Yes?
Excellent. Yeah,
Well-
because my next question was, is it because she doesn't have confidence in herself?
Same
she keeps
thing.
doing that?
Same thing. The idea of not experiencing confidence in yourself is based on the idea that you believe you are unworthy, undeserving, that you are disempowered. But you can teach her by example that she can be empowered, that she can feel her own self-expression of power and confidence, but you also at the same time have to understand that she may still choose not to believe that.
Yes.
Loving her unconditionally is the only way to at least give her a chance to understand that that's possible for her. But then you have to allow her to be the one that realizes that's what she prefers.
Thank you.
Does that help?
Yes, thank
All right.
you.
Thank you. And are you good day who? The heck are you?
I don't know. I don't know, Bashar.
Thank you. What would you like to discuss?
What are some ways we can allow ourselves to allow our reality to become more dreamlike?
Do you understand that physical reality is a dream?
Yes. More.
Do you?
I do understand that, yes.
Do you know it in your bones?
Can you clarify?
Your bones?
Well,
The thing that
what you
keeps
mean
your
by
body from turning into a puddle?
Thank you.
In other words, have you truly made this idea your own? Have you truly allowed yourself to come up with your version of understanding what that may mean, that physical reality is truly a dream? Or do you just have what you call an intellectual comprehension of the concept?
I act upon it as often as I can, following my
Then
excitement, best of my ability.
What else do you need to do? You do understand that acting on your excitement is a complete kit?
Yes.
You do understand the definition of the word complete?
Yes.
Which means it leaves nothing out, correct?
Yes.
Nothing out that's relevant for you, correct?
Yes.
So somewhere in this process, somewhere in the unfolding of your life, if you keep acting on your highest excitement, that means you will become more and more capable of allowing yourself to experience physical reality in a dreamlike way, yes?
Yes.
So you're willing to simply allow that to unfold in its proper timing?
Yes. Thank you.
Then that's all you need.
So any permission slip, I imagine, works for me.
Yes.
And it can produce any results I desire?
That are
intend?
relevant for you. That are relevant for you, because you don't always know what is relevant from your physical point of view. But the higher mind does. And therefore, whatever manifests is what's relevant at that moment. And if you constantly give it a positive meaning and use whatever manifests in a positive way, you will always get the beneficial effect that the higher mind intends for you to get.
Yes.
No matter how it looks.
Okay.
And therefore, when you really begin to understand it doesn't matter how the circumstance looks, you will really start to relate to the things that happen in physical reality in a more dreamlike way, because you will understand that appearances are illusionary. Because it doesn't matter how things look.
Just how they feel.
Just what you define them to be. Because how you feel is also the result of what you believe to be true, what you define to be true. So, it's not really about what you think, it's not really about what you feel, it's about what you believe to be true, what you know to be true for yourself. But when you know that physical reality is really just a dream, then no matter how something looks, no matter how you may have defined it before, you will just look at it and go, huh, that's interesting. I know that in the past I would have defined this as horrifying, but now that I know this is just a dream, I'm more curious about the idea of this manifestation than anything. And, well, isn't that fascinating that it appears to manifest this way? I know I'm giving it a positive meaning, and therefore I know this is going to benefit me somehow, and I don't have to know how right now. So I can just stay in the moment and be absolutely fascinated by the appearance that this circumstance has taken upon itself and see what will happen. Let my curiosity be my guide, knowing that I'm just perfectly fine living in the moment with how this looks, because I am absolutely fascinated to find out how something that in the past I would have defined as negative is going to serve me in a positive way, because I know it's all just a dream. There's the attitude.
Thank you.
There's the behavior. Do you understand?
Yes, thank you.
Does this help?
Yes.
All right, anything else?
Why do we have intentions and desires then, if it all just kind of hooks back and doesn't really matter in circumstance?
Because what you're calling an intention and a desire allows you to focus your energy in the direction of what excites you the most. But you don't need to separate those things out so much. You don't need to put so much emphasis on the difference between those different ideas. It's all about aligning with your highest vibration. Intention can give you some focus in it, can allow you to play with your free will about how you experience your excitement. So in that sense, you could say you can use your intention as a focusing device or as a choosing mechanism. I'm going to choose to act on my excitement this way as opposed to this way. And you can use your desire in much the same way. But when you start using the idea of desire and intention in what you might call more negative, egotistical ways, that's when you start losing the focus, really, about the idea of acting in a more holistic way, and you start getting lost in the details. And then you start wondering why your desires and your intentions aren't working out exactly as you planned them to. You understand? So you have to walk a balance there. You have to walk a fine line of not getting caught up in the idea of not getting my desires, not getting the manifestation of my intention, because your intention and your desires are really coming from the physical personality, and the physical personality is limited in what it is capable of knowing is actually to its greatest benefit. So you can use intention, you can use desires, but use them softly as adjustment mechanisms, but allow the idea of the excitement to be the driving mechanism, the overall energy. Let it adjust the idea of your desires in a way that's in alignment with what's relevant for you. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Does this help?
It does, yes.
Anything else?
So focus then is more of the same with intention desire. I just focus on excitement.
Well, let me put it another way for you.
Sure.
If you are acting on the thing you really love to do at every moment, wouldn't you automatically be focused?
Yes.
Because there simply wouldn't be anything else that you would choose to act on, right? There wouldn't be anything else you would choose to focus on, would there?
Correct.
So it's an automatic side effect. That's what we're saying. It's a secondary automatic side effect of acting on your excitement. The idea of desire, the idea can be, well, all right, this is something I perceive might be something that would excite me. That's fine. So the desire can function as a precursor to you being willing to identify and act on the thing that excites you the most. And focus is simply an automatic side effect of allowing you to really stay in that moment with what excites you, because there simply is at that moment no other choice that makes sense. So that's what we're saying is these things may bracket it, these things may color it, these things may inform your excitement in some way, but excitement is actually the driving engine that creates the desire as a precursor and creates the focus as an after effect.
Understood.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Does that help?
Yes.
All right. Yes?
Okay, so
Yes.
allowing
Yes.
excitement is the state to stay in? Is just like,
Well, why not?
okay.
Because
sure.
again, if you trust that your life unfolds in the way that it needs to, why wouldn't you allow it to? Why swim against the current?
Right.
You are the current. Go with the flow.
So what comes easiest and comes with the least resistance and the
Yes.
most allowing is all of that we're talking about.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
That's part of the toolkit, yes?
Yes.
Does that help?
Yeah, and then can I just throw it there? If I would like more alien contact with their civilization in general, just folksy and talking about it, any kind of permission slip I imagine would benefit that then, right? I guess I'm looking for a yes.
You can answer the question now, yes?
Thank you.
Yes?
Yeah, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I think I'm good. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hi, Bashar.
And are you good day?
How?
Who are you?
I'm good. No one?
I beg your pardon? Who are you?
No one? Spirit?
Who are you?
Spirit?
You haven't really been paying attention to the last
No.
few questioners, have you?
No, I'm nervous. Sorry.
Who are you?
I don't know.
Thank you.
Who are you?
I don't know.
Okay.
I have been asked before, Bashar, is there anything you don't know? My answer is, I don't know. Neither do you. But I know I will know what I need to know when I need to know it.
Great.
And so will you.
Good.
And so,
I
what do you
hope
want to
so.
know?
Okay, well, you know how you said that it gets worse before it gets better?
It can, it doesn't have to. I'm simply saying that if it does, then you know that that's actually a good sign.
Okay, well, that's happening to me.
Oh, all right.
And I feel-
Congratulations. How exciting for you.
Thank you.
You must be very, very close to crossing the threshold.
I hope so, and that's my question.
You don't have to hope so. I just told you so.
Okay. Okay.
In what area of your life are you experiencing this fear?
Just in general. Like, I mean, in general about my life.
In general, about your life. May I ask you a question?
Yes.
Is there something that you would prefer to be doing that you're not doing, that you're afraid to do?
I don't know.
Sure you do.
No, for real, I don't.
Sure you do.
I promise I don't know.
Oh, yes, you do. I promise you do. It doesn't have to be a big thing. You are having this conversation with us, we will assume, for the moment, because it excited you to come and have this conversation. That wasn't difficult to choose, was it?
No,
that wasn't difficult to act on.
It was difficult. I'm very scared right now.
Why?
I don't know.
But you did it.
Yeah.
You acted on it.
I'm glad.
But that's all you have to keep doing. Every moment, there is always going to be something that contains maybe just a little bit more excitement than any other option at that moment. That's the thing to act on.
Even if you fear it?
Especially if you fear it. Because sometimes the idea is that your belief systems are disguising your excitement as fear so you won't go forward in that. But that's a trick. The negative belief will do everything in its power to prevent you from seeing the excitement because it knows that if you act on it, you will no longer be buying into the negative belief. And it is doing everything that it's designed to do to keep you from realizing that. But if you know that, and you know that that's just a trick, then you can take action anyway, knowing that you will break through, just as you broke through and came and had this conversation.
Wow. I guess that's my question. So even if you feel the fear, I mean, my main question was, how do you step over on the other side? Because you told someone else that you're getting that much closer.
Well, you just take the step,
So
because
you
you
just
know
take the
that no
step.
matter how much fear you feel, that means you are closer and closer and closer
So you keep
to breaking
going?
through. You just
Because
keep
sometimes
going.
I feel
You
like
just
I
take
make
action.
Sometimes I feel like I'm making the wrong decision.
If that is actually true in a fundamental sense, then you will know at some point that it was not necessarily the decision that is to your preference. And then you will be able to take the decision and take the action that is. So even the negative will have served you by showing you the contrast of what you don't prefer so you can more clearly understand what you do. So everything can still work to your favor. That's what we were talking about earlier by talking about the idea that a mistake is not really a mistake if you don't use it as a negative thing.
Right.
You can't really make a wrong choice if you choose to learn something from the choice that you don't prefer. Because many times it's easier for people on your planet, because of the way they have been brought up, to see the light by first experiencing more darkness, because it helps them recognize the difference. And therefore you're using the darkness in a positive way to help you see the light more easily. Yes?
Yeah.
So the more you experience the fear, all that tells you is you're holding on to belief systems that are out of alignment with your true self. You're holding on to belief systems that don't work for you. That's all. It's just a mechanism. That's all it is. It's like saying, I'm going to drive a car and I'm going to have my foot on the gas and on the brake simultaneously. And just for good measure, I'm going to also put the parking brake on. That's not how you drive a car, is it?
Right.
So your engine's going to squeal and screech and start to smoke, and you're going to wonder why I'm not getting anywhere. It's making all this racket, and ooh, 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 isn't that scary? When all you have to do is release the parking brake and take your foot off the brake, and you'll move. That's all. So all of that storm and lightning and thunder and fear is just you with your foot on the brake. That's all. Take your foot off the brake, and you will zip forward. And you'll see that there was no reason to be afraid.
That's what's been happening with
Yes.
me over the past year.
I
And I
know.
guess I feel like I don't know what to do from here on. So just release the parking brake.
Take the small steps you know you can take by acting at every moment on the thing that contains a little bit more excitement than the next thing, and just keep acting on it to the best of your ability with no insistence on where that should lead or how it should look or what the outcome is about. And the more you do that, the more practice you will have with knowing it's okay to start acting on more excitement and bigger things that excite you. And you will train yourself to understand that that's what you actually prefer, and your fears will subside because you'll be having so much fun, you will no longer want to pay attention to the negative belief that's shouting at you to stop. You will then know when to slow down, when to speed up in a more natural way, according to what you prefer, not what the negative belief tries to convince you is true about you. You will know what is true about you, and you won't have to pay attention to it anymore in the same way.
I like that. I feel like I don't trust my decisions.
Oh, absolutely you don't.
Yeah.
But that's the idea, is
because
not trusting your decisions
Mm-hmm.
is a decision.
Right.
And that's the one you're trusting. You are trusting your decision. It's just that you're choosing to trust the negative one. You see the difference? There's no such thing as a lack of trust.
Mm-hmm.
No such thing. But you can trust in something negative about yourself.
Right.
So you are trusting. So why not trust what you prefer instead of what you don't?
It's because I made a decision last year and I
Yes.
trusted that decision, and it turned out to be
What?
chaotic. I mean, my life
So
kind
what?
of turned upside down.
Congratulations. You could learn something
Yeah,
from
I mean,
that.
all my fears came up, all the darkness. I learned-
Congratulations. So you are strong enough and bold enough to have gotten all of that out on the table all at once instead of piddling along through your life over time. That means you're a powerful person and can handle all of this, and you will transform it very quickly. If you want to look at it that way, that's how you'll experience it. If you want to dwell on the fact that you did it, you're going to make it take longer.
That's what I've been doing.
Well, are you tired of it?
Yeah.
Are
really
you sick of it?
I'm really
Stop
sick of
doing it.
Okay.
Unless you're really not sick and tired of it.
I'm really sick and tired.
Then stop doing it, because you have the freedom to make that choice and make
Okay.
that decision. And there is absolutely no reason for you to assume that if the universe has been supporting you in trusting a negative idea,
Mm-hmm.
it will just as easily support you in trusting a positive one, because it doesn't have a mind of its own.
Right.
It's just a machine. It's not going to contradict you.
Okay, I get it. So just to clarify,
Yes.
what to do from here on is just to trust myself.
At the end of this conversation, you have a number of options available to you at the end of this interaction.
Mm-hmm.
Look at all the options and just say, which one contains even a little bit more excitement than any other? I could read a book, I could call a friend, I could go have a meal, I could see a movie, whatever it is. Keep it simple. Just keep choosing the one that has more excitement than any other, that you have the greatest ability to take action on, and just take action on it with no insistence on a particular outcome. And see what happens. And just keep doing that every moment that you come to another ability to choose something to do. Just look at all your options at that moment. Take your time. No rush, no hurry. And just choose the one that's most exciting and take whatever action you can on it with no assumption as to where that's supposed to lead. And just keep doing that every moment. Just keep doing that every moment. Just keep doing that every moment. And before you know it, your life will be a series of absolutely ecstatic choices and experience.
I like that. And then the mistake last year won't impact me anymore.
Why should it?
Okay.
You have learned from it. You have used it in a positive way to make a different choice. So how can something that is no longer relevant to your vibration in any way, shape, or form impact you?
Thank you.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
You can only experience what you're the vibrational level of. You can't experience something that is not a match to your vibration anymore. Does that make sense?
Yes, perfect sense. Thanks
All right.
so much.
So the idea, let us reinforce this from a different point of view. Remember, the proof that you have changed is not because the outside looks different. Because the same things may appear to happen.
Right, I get caught up in that.
So the idea is the proof you have changed is when you respond differently to them, even if they look the same as they did before. Because they're not the same if you respond differently. You will get a different effect from them. You understand? So that's the proof you've changed, and that's how you will experience your life differently. Does that help?
Yeah, it helps so much.
All right. Well, you are welcome.
Thank you so much. Can I ask one more question? Okay, I came across the transcripts of the alien from the Roswell crash.
Yeah.
Her name was Errol. And I was just wanting to ask you what you thought of them. I mean, are they true? What she says about Earth and
It
humans?
is true that there was a crash. It is true that the beings were both killed and one survived.
Mm-hmm. But Okay, but then they also interviewed her, right? Interviewed that.
Not in the way that you have ever witnessed.
Well, there's actually like transcripts over on the
And
internet.
do you not think that someone is capable of writing those?
Oh, wow, they aren't real.
Not everything in there is accurate, but some of the truth has been sprinkled in.
So we're not a prison planet.
No, you are not.
Okay. Okay, so they don't trap spirits and send them to Earth.
Do you find that exciting?
No, no, I don't want that. Okay.
It's not, well, let's put it this way. Remember when we said that many people on your planet are still operating on outdated medieval definitions?
Yes.
This is an old-fashioned definition, an old-fashioned interpretation of something that you're beginning to understand. So if you want to call the idea of your Earth a prison planet, you also at the same time have to understand that you are the jailers and you have the key. So let yourselves out. That's the interpretation to understand that works for you. Yes?
Yes.
Otherwise, you don't have to think of yourselves as prisoners at all.
That's great.
Well,
Because those transcripts were bizarre.
and they are designed in many ways to actually invoke the idea of keeping you on the level of fear. And by doing that, you imprison yourself. Do you understand?
Yes.
So the mechanism itself is actually the thing that causes the experience of being imprisoned. By telling you that you are and seeing if you buy it. If you don't buy it, you're not imprisoned. If you buy it, you are. But you can just as easily stop buying it. Yes?
Yes.
Does that help?
Yes.
You see,
helps so much.
a lot of those kinds of documents and a lot of those kinds of ideas are put out to see if you are willing to believe that the people that create those things have more power than they actually do. And once you believe they have more power than they actually do, they have more power than they actually do. Because you're giving them your power by buying into the things they're saying about themselves that they want you to believe are true. But they don't have to be. So, live in the world that you prefer and understand that you can only be affected by what you agree to be affected by. Does that help?
Yes, helps so much. Thank you so much.
You are welcome.
I love you.
Our unconditional love to you as well.
Hey, Bashar.
And to you, good day. Who are you?
I don't know,
Thank you.
but I'm really excited to find out.
Oh, all right. Congratulations.
Thanks.
And you do understand that no matter how much you ever discover, you will never actually know who you are. Not ultimately.
There's always more.
Even all that is doesn't know who it is. Because if all that is actually knew who it was, that would be the end. And there is no end. So there is always more. Always. Does that help?
It helps. Thank you.
Yes.
So I'm really curious about what monatomic elements, such as monatomic gold, are and
Yes.
how they can.
Well, they are high spin versions of elements that have high frequency rates that can be, through various ways, imparted to other elements.
So it's done chemically, or
It can be done chemically, it can be done energetically, it can also be done in a fashion that you would recognize as homeopathy. There are a variety of ways to transfer the energy of high spin rate monatomic substances to other substances that can be stepped up energetically.
How can you do that?
In any number of ways, as I just said. But you will have to explore that and see what way works best for your idea of a permission slip. Because, again, it's just a permission slip.
Okay. So it's taken from, like, there's places on the earth that there's.
You have monatomic elements in your body naturally.
Okay.
So you can spin those up, if you wish, by amplifying your own energy. And then you will be able to radiate at a frequency that is transferable to anyone who wishes to match that frequency.
Yeah,
That's one way.
Okay.
But there are any number of other ways you can do based on whatever permission slip you believe you're most attracted to.
Okay. Yeah, it sparked my curiosity, so.
Yes.
That's one
Well, where did your curiosity take you? How do you believe would be most exciting for you to explore this concept?
Some crystals came to me.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. So they definitely sparked my excitement.
That can be one way too.
Yeah.
There are certain monatomic elements present in certain crystalline structures, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's up to you to pursue that if that's what's exciting to you.
Yeah, I'll definitely pursue it.
All right. Anything else?
Yes. Do I have any hybrid children?
Yes.
How many?
We are told only to tell you 5, even though there are more. Because those are the 5 right now that are in focus for a variety of reasons.
Yeah, when I first heard the name Yael, I got really emotional. So,
All right.
what are their names?
They don't have names yet as such.
Okay. And
Although one is leaning toward chrysanthemum.
That's beautiful.
Yes.
When did this happen that I became a hybrid mom?
On several occasions throughout your life.
Okay. And did it happen through DNA?
Yes.
Okay.
It was prepared sometime after your 13th year, and the first incident of extraction occurred sometime around your 17th year.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Why?
I just started hearing voices from my children.
All right.
So I thought that they were my future children in this life. And that could be too, but it was just, they were very present and
Yes.
a very, very strong emotional connection
Yes.
when they came through.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So does that help you?
Yes. Do they have any messages for me?
One moment. One moment. What are your 5 favorite crystals?
Wow.
You don't have to answer now.
Okay.
But if you wish as permission slips to attract yourself to what you believe are the 5 favorite crystals, that can work as a permission slip in your belief system to allow you to know that each may allow a stronger connection to each of the children. Each of the 5.
That's wonderful.
So that's a suggestion from them to play with, and they mean to play with. Don't take it too seriously. All right?
All right.
Just play with it. Be loose about it. See what happens. See what you're attracted to. They may participate in this, so the attraction will actually be something that may be in combination with them. Do you understand?
Yes.
They may help guide you to something that may be representative of what will work best for you because they can see your belief system. And therefore they will know which is most representative of what will allow you to let your belief system get out of the way. To make those connections, even though you know you are the ultimate permission slip.
Right.
They will still play this game since you are attracted to the idea of the crystals, yes?
Yes.
All right. So they will help you in that way.
Okay.
And
That's exciting. Thank you so much, Bashar.
anything else?
I'd also like to take a ride on your ship.
Well, maybe someday.
I will definitely look forward to it. Thank you so much, Bashar.
Thank you.
Much love to you. I love you.
Our unconditional love to you as well. Our ship, the scout ship, is now 1,540 miles above your Sedona area.
Good day, Bashar.
And you, good day. Who are you?
I haven't the foggiest idea.
All right, thank you for your fog.
So I have a question from our Ustream audience.
Yes.
And that is, when you talk about the, quote, greater you, are you talking about the oversoul or something else?
It depends upon the context of the conversation. We can be referring to the higher mind. We can be referring to the soul. We might be referring to the oversoul, but you have to take it in context of the conversation we're having with that particular person.
Fair enough.
Sometimes we may even be referring to all that is.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Is that it?
Yep.
All right.
Hello, Tadeo.
Nania, who, said the caterpillar, are you, Alice?
Gosh, I don't know.
Oh, well said.
Glad I got that right. So here's a question from our Ustream listeners.
Yes.
Can acting in a negative way be someone's highest excitement if you consider that positive and negative choices are equally valid?
Acting in a negative way can be someone's highest excitement if they are excited about experiencing nothing but negative consequences in their life, which paradoxically will make it more and more and more difficult for them to be able to choose what excites them. Because negative energy is segregative, disconnective. Therefore, the more you are excited, so to speak, about choosing negativity, the less capable you will be about making any choices at all. Because that will be the natural consequence of constantly being excited to choose negative states of being, is that you will, in a sense, crystallize and solidify yourself to a point where you will be unable to know that you have the ability to make a choice at all. So if it excites you to remove your ability to know what excites you, then by all means go ahead. But that will be the natural consequence.
Sounds like driving yourself into solitary confinement or something.
In a sense. It's more like driving into thick, viscous mud that will eventually solidify, and you will be stuck in the middle of it, not knowing you're even there. Eventually, when you stop making choices and everything is equal and balanced, then the natural proclivity of creation, which is always slightly oriented to the positive, will start pulling you back in a positive direction. Because remember, it's always slightly oriented to the positive because the balance point in the middle allows you the freedom to choose, and that's a positive state of being. So when you stop exercising your right to keep choosing the negative by freezing yourself from the negative consequences, you will suddenly start drifting back toward the positive side, and that can ultimately break you free once you regain the conscious ability to know that that's what's happening.
It also makes me think of the yin-yang symbol and how no matter how far you go into the darkness, there's always a spot of light and a doorway of light. Just like when you go into the light, there's always a spot of darkness that can take you back into the darkness.
You always have the freedom to choose, but you must always experience the consequences of your choice. And mechanically speaking, what we have just described is the consequence of the mechanical choice of negativity. It just naturally flows or stops flowing that way.
Similar to the idea of when someone dies, if they have the perception that they're going to go to hell, they'll actually find themselves in hell.
They may have created that experience for themselves, but as soon as they realize it's not something they prefer, they'll snap out of it.
So is that actually a less solid state than the one you were just describing, where you take yourself to where you're, in a sense, like solidified mud?
It is a less solid state because by definition, the spirit state is what you call a less solid state.
As physical beings, when we create something negative,
you are
looks
bound by the experience in space and time. Therefore, it can take time for you to extract yourself, or for the universe to extract you with its eddies and currents toward the positive from that experience. Whereas in spirit, you can extract yourself immediately the moment you change your mind about having the experience.
It almost seems like negative beliefs actually like become their own beings or something.
Well, any form of consciousness is autonomous.
Because physical reality is so solid.
Yes. But that's why you impart the idea of archetypal forms to the negative belief system, because it presents itself, as it's designed to do, as an autonomous consciousness. And so when you encounter a negative belief and you have allowed it to express itself as an autonomous consciousness, then you experience it archetypally in what you call the idea of the devil or a demon or Satan. But it's just an archetypal expression based on your human understanding of the negative belief lying to you. That's why you call the devil the father of lies. Because the negative belief is lying to you about what is possible for you, because that's its job.
I just thought it was really exciting, the realization that the reason these representations seem so solid in our reality is because we're physical. Yes. And it's just the nature of everything we create here has a very strong...
So let me put it this way. You can create the archetypal presentation of the idea of a devil in your solid reality, and it's going to seem solid to you. And it's going to come with all the things based on negative beliefs that make it seem so much more powerful than you are, because that's what it needs you to believe in order for it to perpetuate itself as the archetype in your physical expression. But if you were to just say euphemistically, as you just explained, meet the devil in spirit, he would be a pushover. Because it's not substantial. And you know it's not substantial there. That's why if you believed you were going to go to hell and meet the devil when you died, and you did experience that the moment you died because you believed it so strongly, the instant you'd say, "Oh, I don't prefer this anymore," you'd be out of it. And so if you met the devil and said, "Oh, I don't want to see you anymore," poof, the devil is gone. Because you have removed yourself from that frequency instantaneously, whereas in physical reality, by definition, you don't necessarily believe you can change it instantaneously, so you experience it over time in what you call a more solid fashion. And then you have to go through a process of extracting yourself from that experience, if that's what you believe you need to do. Of course, you could do it in a more accelerated way, but most of you don't believe that that's possible.
And recently you were talking about the idea of teaching children through the experience of simulation and allowing them to see the impact or the consequences of their choices.
Yes.
So I was thinking about it with this,
Yes.
that the idea of making choices about negative states of being. Yes. How can you explain how you might...
Well, in a safe environment, you can simulate things that don't actually go all the way into true physical consequences, but can appear to. This is one of the reasons why you have movies on your planet. You can go through a cathartic experience without actually going through the real physical version of it. Yes? This is why you have play acting. You can act out these things and go along for the journey and learn how to transform things without actually having to experience it in your physical reality. Or at least, if you learn how to deal with it and then you do experience it in your physical reality, you will know from the simulation how to handle it in a more positive way because you've been through it in the simulation. Yes?
Yes. So can you give an example, like with a child? What would be a great exercise for like a 4-year-old that would show you?
Well, you can say, look, here is a simulated stream, but it's going to act and behave just like a real raging river. And if you step into it, the current can carry you away. And perhaps you can show them what it would look like if they stepped into it, and they can watch themselves getting washed away down the river, like a movie. But you can do it with a version of them so they can see it happening to them if they made that choice. And then you can explore with them how they feel about what they just experienced, what they just saw happening to them. That's one way to explore it. You can also give them a little bit more of the simulation if you want to like splash them with some water during the simulation. Depending upon the age of the child, it may give them a little bit more of a visceral experience. But again, you do it as the adult, as the teacher, as the one who has imagined and put together the simulation in a way that you know is truly safe and you know is going to give them enough of an experience, enough of a visceral experience so that they get the point that there are consequences to the choices. And then they can decide whether or not that's a choice they actually prefer to make. Yes?
Yes. Sounds really interesting. I couldn't help it. I had this thought of like taking a doll.
Yes.
But you wouldn't want to do that, right? You wouldn't want to say
it depends on
doll.
the child. It depends upon the experience you are creating. It depends upon what you have determined would be appropriate. But you have to have the ability to discern what would be appropriate.
Right, because potentially if a child identifies with that too strongly, wouldn't that create a fear of being swept away?
It can, and that's why it must be a very balanced thing that always allows them to know that they are experiencing a self-empowering moment and that it's not about generating fear, but it is about generating discernment. It's all right a little bit to experience the idea of fear, again, in the same way that many of you allow yourselves to be afraid when you go to a movie, when you go to a theme park and go on a very wild ride. You allow yourselves to be afraid to a certain point, but you always know that there is a limit. So you can design it in a way that the experience can be had and the emotion can even be felt, but you are masterful at designing it in a way to where the overall experience is not fearful because you know it's just creating the fear temporarily for a specific purpose, for a temporary thrill to give you a cathartic experience, not to actually place you in jeopardy or in fear in a permanent way. So there is levels to this idea, and you have to design it in a way where the people know there are levels, and therefore it's safe to allow themselves to experience the fear in a teaching way rather than experiencing the fear in a way that locks it in. Do you understand?
Yes.
Now, if you were to invent, let's say, a roller coaster ride, and you were telling them, well, you're going to experience a little bit of fear on this ride, but I'm also going to tell you that I've removed some bolts from the track, and I'm going to force you to go on the ride anyway, now you might be locking fear into them in a different way. But if you design it to go, this ride has been gone over with a fine-tooth comb, so you know that you can have the most wonderful experience of fear on this roller coaster that you would like to have, and I guarantee you, you will always come back safe. So you can be free then to experience the fear in your own way. Do you understand? And therefore, they're the ones actually determining to what degree they will allow themselves to have that emotional experience in a way that will allow them to use it in a positive way. And then conversely and paradoxically, they can actually use that fear experience to actually remove any need to experience the fear in the future in any similar situation.
Yes, you can use multiple teaching experiences.
Yes, but the teachers have to be masterful enough to know how to design these things in a way that works that way. Yes?
Definitely that trusting parental relationship makes a big difference.
Yes. So, does that help?
That helps wonderfully.
Are you ready for your holotope experience after a short break?
We are.
All right, then please take a short break. We will resume this transmission for your holotope experience soon. Or it'll say we'll continue this transmission by encouraging you all to relax. Become comfortable. Allow yourselves to focus on the center of the holotope and begin to breathe gently and easily as you allow your room lights to dim, your holotope lights to come up, and your music to soothe you into further relaxation. Take a deep breath in and let it out. Another deep breath in and let it out. One more time, a deep breath in and hold it, and hold it, and hold it. And blow out all the cares of your day. And just continue to breathe deeply and easily, keeping your eyes on the holotope, letting yourself relax, letting yourself let go. No concerns, no worry, no effort, no strain, no struggle, no strife. Just a peaceful, comfortable feeling settling within all parts of your body, all aspects of your mind, deep within your soul. Allow yourself to drift. Allow yourself to fall easily and gently into the dream. And allow yourself to float along the current of creation. Comfortable and secure. Drifting through the stars. And as you drift and dream along with us, answer this question out loud. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? For not knowing is the beginning of being open to discovering more of who you truly are, allowing you to relax the idea you've had of your identity, the mistaken identity, once thought to be the total representation of your being, now understood to be one aspect, one representation, one symbol of the greater being you are, in which there is always more and more to discover. So in every moment, no matter how much you may learn, no matter how much you may absorb, you always have the opportunity to know that you really never know who you truly are, because there is always more. And on the journey where you discover little pieces of yourself and pick them up along the way, and should you go down paths that are unexpected, that you would have heretofore thought of as mistakes, you will now be willing to know that there is more of you, even in those mistakes, that can inform you and educate you and allow you to know more and more and more of what you don't know, so that you can know enough to know that you will never know all there is to know. And this frees you to explore and to know there will never be an end to knowing, never be an end to growing. Choice is always in your hand. It is a gift from all that is And you shall always, always, always have that gift to choose to be who you prefer to be and to discover what that means, who you truly are every moment, knowing that when you discover who you are, that still there is more to know. You are the great mystery of life itself. And in that mystery will you walk. In that mystery will you learn. And in that mystery will you know more and more of what you don't know and will never know, but will know in time and out of time and beyond time and in a timeless way. And that knowledge will be enough at every moment for you to know who you need to be then and there without needing to know the you will become forever and ever. Free to change, free to let go, free to let in, free to discover. More treasures buried more deeply than you ever imagined within your being, for your being and your depth is infinite. And you can always be on the treasure hunt, the never-ending treasure hunt, to find those golden nuggets of knowledge within you that inform you about yourself. Your true identity is all that is, that will always seek to know itself, and in seeking knows it will never always know itself, and never ultimately know itself, for there will always be more to discover. And this is the beauty and the promise of creation, that it is ever expanding, without end, without beginning. Even though the journey can be experienced in a multitude of ways, on a multitude of levels, high and low, fast and slow, positive and negative, light and dark, in and out. It is all a beautiful reflection of the totality of your being, which can never be known in total. For the totality is not finite. The totality is endless, infinite, yet eternal. At once, a moment and timeless, forever and now. Make no mistake, you are sparks of the infinite light. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Be at peace with not knowing, for that always leaves the door open to know more, to discover anew, and to keep growing. And in any moment when you are confused, and in any moment when you feel you may have made a mistake, ask yourself, who am I? I don't know. And in that moment, you will know more than you ever imagined you could know, as you see the true relationship between yourself and the situation at hand. And you will begin to understand why you have led yourself down this path that may at first have seemed to be a dead end, a mistake. But as you stand with your curiosity and ask, who am I? In this moment, who am I? In this circumstance, who am I? More will be revealed to you about who you are than you ever could have imagined. And you will feel yourself expanding, bursting at the seams with potential, with knowledge, with promise. For you are bursting with the promise of creation, that there will always be more to know. joy of discovery will never end, that you can live in ecstasy eternally, in a constant state of new discovery, in a constant state of expansion, in a constant state of new awareness. Who am I? Who am I? I do not know. And thus, by not knowing, do I know more than I ever could have imagined I would know. For I am willing to not know, not limit myself in my knowledge of who I am by saying that I do know. For there is no need to freeze yourself, to lock yourself, to suspend yourself in one idea. For your personality is not all that you are anyway. You are, as a person, a channeled entity, moving through a dream, on an infinite sea, on an eternal ocean of unconditional love. You are unknown and unknowable. Even as you know yourself, you are unknown and unknowable. Answer out loud. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Allow yourself to feel the freedom in not having to know, in not having to be exactly who everyone said you should be. To let go of preconceptions, to let go of judgments, to always know you are free like a chameleon to change your colors, to be at one with all and all with one, and to express yourself however is true for you at any given moment, to be the magician and the magic in your life, to transform yourself in any way, shape, and form that seems to be, at that moment, perfect for you. And so it is, and so it was, and so it ever shall be. That not knowing gives you the ability to know more. So be free to ask at any moment of confusion, at any moment that seems to be a dead end, at any moment when you feel that you might be lost, remind yourself that it's all right, that you do not know who you are. And in not knowing shall you rediscover exactly at that moment who you need to be. Also knowing that is not all you will ever be. Even in that moment, there is more. There is more. There is more to you to know. And it will reveal itself to you as necessary. Pick up the pieces along the journey, along the path. Gather them in your basket. Recollect, reassemble, and remember yourselves. And even when you feel you are wholly reassembled, you will know there is always more to know. For in that moment you do not know who you are. And you may channel yourself anew and discover a new you that you can get to know. And as you develop more knowledge, more relation with who you are channeling yourself to be, even in that knowledge you will not know and are always free to know something else. that is truly representative of your greater being. And express it in life with all the power and all the beauty that you possibly can. And all the love that you are made from. For one thing above all, you do know you are love itself, the very fabric of existence, the very frequency, resonance, and vibration of all that is. Allow yourself to breathe deeply and let it out. And breathe deeply and let it out. And breathe deeply and hold it and hold it and hold it. And then blow out your need to know. And by blowing out your need to know, you know that you will know what you need to know when you need to know it. And until that moment, you do not know who you are until you know. And when you know, you still know that you do not know who you are. And when you do not know who you are, you will know in that moment who you are. And in knowing who you are, you will know in that moment that you do not know who you are. And you will create a perpetual cycle of knowing and unknowing, and knowing and unknowing, and knowing and unknowing, that shall allow you to become the crucible in which you can melt down the idea of yourself, transform and reform it effortlessly, fluidly, perfectly. And you will flow into the unknown, in which you will discover more of you to know. Allow the mistakes to work for you by understanding that even as you define it as a mistake, that there is always a take two, and a take three, and a take four, and a take infinity. An infinite time to know yourself, and even throughout infinity, you will never ultimately know all of who you are. For you are free and limitless and boundless. And even in your moments of finite experience, there are an infinite number of them. So even when you feel yourself to be finite, that is but a drop in an infinite sea of finite moments. And even as you get to know every single one of those finite moments, there is always another infinite sea of finite moments. On and on and on and on. For you are forever, and always have been and always shall be. For you are the now, and the here, and the one, and the all. Allow yourself to begin to settle in. Allow your music to soften. Allow your lights to dim. Allow yourself to drift and dream. Allow yourself to know that you do not know, and allow yourself to be all right that you do not know. For that is the key to the open door to freedom, of redefining yourself as you prefer. You are every moment fluid, every moment changing, every moment shifting, every moment born anew. You are channeled entities all, and you are constantly shifting to a new perspective, to a new you. Allow yourselves to be quiet and to just drift in your knowingness and your unknowingness. You know that you do not know, and you do not know what you know, but you know that you do not know. And that is perfect. Answer out loud in a whisper. Who are you?
All you will ever discover in the deepest, darkest, most fearsome abyss. You will discover nothing but...
Curious if you could talk about that for a few moments.
Again, the idea is that as a child on my world, I was shown the idea of a central hexagonal crystal that existed within a giant, large artistic exhibit created by another contact specialist. The central crystal in that particular work is about, in terms of your size, about 3 feet across. The idea is that it is about the same color green, and around it are other crystals, each crystal added to the central crystal, which represents the first contact of our civilization with another, represents all the other contacts of all the other civilizations we have come into contact with, and constantly grows as more and more civilizations join the interstellar alliance, as you call it. But the idea is that that central crystal is the seed crystal that carries the vibration of contact itself and is representative of my family lineage along with other family lineages that are also steeped into the idea of being contact specialists. So not only does the idea specifically of that crystal carry the vibration, generally speaking, that is conducive to contact with other civilizations, that particular vibration is also very specifically connected to our world and my family.
Very nice.
So, that is our way of welcoming you all to the family. As far as permission slips go, obviously, as was explained, this is specifically tapping into the idea, the archetypal collective consciousness idea that there is a particular frequency or vibration that represents the blending or connection between your civilization and other civilizations. That is one of the frequencies that is put into the charge, in a sense, that is represented by that particular idea, object, permission slip. Now, it doesn't mean that you necessarily have to always use that idea, that object, because again, permission slips are what works for you. At the same time, and in conjunction with what we were saying earlier in this transmission as to how there is really no separation between intention and action, between the physicalization, the physical act being that demonstrates and in a sense actually creates simultaneously the intention. The physical act of having a symbol of that nature, a permission slip of that nature, is similar to the idea of physically casting your vote for contact. So the more votes are cast in whatever way that occurs, in whatever form the permission slip feels right for you, the more we can tally those votes, because not just of the intention of wanting contact, but the actual physical act of physicalizing it in some sort of physical way, a physical symbol that is representative of a physical action you have taken that is actually the casting of a vote. And that vote resonates very strongly in your collective consciousness to us. So it really truly changes the vibration of your collective reality. So that is what we wish to add about that idea.
So the next video we wanted to show you is one of the compilations of some experiences from our last dolphin workshop. And just want to mention that as we're starting to accelerate and our frequency is going up, it allows us, when we're with the dolphins, to really take advantage of their frequency, because they're in a very deep, joyful state. And so when you get around them, you don't even realize why it's happening, but suddenly you just feel so elated. And they literally have found changes in your brain when you're hearing the sounds that they make. And there's so much more to them. I mean, the dolphins in and of themselves are like a mystery school, you know, because they take you on journeys to places that you've never gone before. So we really want to acknowledge them, and also to talk about the idea of their spiritual nature and how that is intersecting with our spiritual nature. BASHAR recently mentioned that our brains are actually designed to interact with each other. So I think there's a lot more coming about this, and we're seeing that connection between the research into their consciousness and their language and all of that, and how that relates to our evolution. And we know that BASHAR will eventually be more forthcoming on even more details about this connection we have with them. So if you're interested in experiencing the dolphins, this in an Essassani bubble reality, this is the kind of experience you can have.
I wanna glide through the open sea, side by side with you next to me. Oh, when the timing's right, you'll glide right back to me. I wanna slide through the ocean blue, right beside you, 2 by 2. Oh, when the timing's right, you'll slide right back to me. Oh, won't you be my guide as we're slipping through the sea? I wanna dive so deeply through the crystal waters of the world anew. Oh, and the timing's right, you'll slide right back to me. I'm not expecting you to understand. You're never gonna find me back on land. Oh, and the timing's right, you'll slide right back to me.
effortlessly and joyfully slipping through the sea. Streamlined like a dolphin, streamlined like a whale, weaving, diving, bobbing, smoothly gliding, effortlessly through life, slipping through the sea.
I wanna glide through the open sea, side by side with you next to me. Oh, when the timing's right, you'll glide right back to me. I wanna slide through the ocean blue, right beside you, 2 by 2. Oh, when the timing's right, you'll slide right back to me. Oh, you be my guide as we're slipping through the sea. All those moments together I do treasure. It doesn't really get any better. I wish I could have stayed with you for the rest of my day.
In unity, in harmony, in joy and in love, you drift into the depths of the deep blue sea.
Oh, when the timing's right, you'll slide right back to me. As we're slipping through the sea.
So our next workshop in Hawaii is October 18th to the 24th. We have 1 spot left on that workshop, and then we have openings for February 21st to the 27th, 2016. And then we now have opened up on the Whales of Atlantis, Swimming with the Humpback Whales, for 2017. We have, I think, 9 spots available for that. So if you're interested, come visit our website, BASHAR.org, or dolphindreamsofhawaii.com. All right, so, are you all waiting for something? Okay, it's my pleasure to introduce the great channel, Daryl Enka. So you're going to start by reading, huh?
I am.
I guess then that's a little different.
It is. Tonight's unusual.
Okay, so anyway, it is my great pleasure to have us now turn the whole experience over to Daryl and hear his story. Thank you so much, Daryl.
Thank you. Thank you all. Hi, guys. Welcome tonight. Today is a little unusual. As April announced, what I'm going to do before Bashar comes through is I'm going to read the first chapter of a book that I'm writing. It is called Shards of a Shattered Mirror. Well, the series is called Shards of a Shattered Mirror, and it's loosely based, for those that know, one of the entities that has come through, Willa Hilla-Crissing, who is a future incarnation of myself, also like Bashar in that sense, but she's a hybrid from 700 years in the future on Earth. And so what's happening here is kind of a combination of things. The story is the story of her life and her training in becoming what in her society is called a cryptic and going beyond that, which is kind of like becoming sort of a shaman or a sage. And the story it contains elements that might be what she's talked about of her real life, but it is also a fictional story. It's being written as a sci-fi fantasy novel for the purpose of embedding a lot of ideas into a story structure which is easier to remember and in some ways, takes you on an enjoyable journey with the characters. And it's pulling things from lots of different time frames, lots of different information that we've received both from Bashar, from her, from other beings over the years, and pulling it all together into a series of books. So I don't know exactly myself what portions of this might actually be true elements of her life, and it doesn't really matter because, again, it's the ideas and the way this is being presented that are designed to come across. So I'm just pulling on, it's not being channeled or downloaded in the typical sense like this. It's just being written using, you know, my own imagination, my own creativity, and I'll tap in now and then to make sure that it feels like it's on the right track. But right now I'm actually on the 10th chapter, but I'm reading the first chapter to you. Just thought this might be fun. So if you're ready, I would love to start reading the story to you and go from there. Y'all ready for a story? Okay. Now, let me explain a little bit of the structure here so it's not confusing. Each chapter, and this one no exception, starts with what will sound like an excerpt from another book written by another being in the future. So each chapter has a reference point that sort of is relevant to the chapter, but we're creating a whole world here, a whole history here. So there's going to be many references in the book to other beings, whether fictional or real, that had something to say that helps inform the whole story. Also, in any given chapter, such as this one, I'm going to be going back and forth between different areas, different people, different scenarios. So I will, because you're not actually reading it, I'll help you by saying that when I finish a particular segment of the chapter, I'll let you know when there is a scene change. And that just means we're going to another place, to another group of people to continue the story. And then we might go back and forth. So I'll say scene change when we're doing that. Okay, is that pretty clear? Yes. All right. So relax and enjoy. Not a bedtime story, so don't fall asleep. All right. Shards of a Shattered Mirror. This is book 1, which is called Cryptic. And this is chapter 1, called Three Rock Mountain. After open contact occurred between humans and extraterrestrial hybrids, technology was introduced to Earth that proved the existence of parallel realities. As humans and hybrids mingled over time, their offspring exhibited the ability to perceive these alternate realities directly with their natural senses. With further practice and training, our human hybrid ancestors developed this skill into a science that gave rise to the cryptics, the nocturnals, the shapeshifters, and the sages that exist in our society today, 700 years after the landing. Excerpt from the introduction to Shards of a Shattered Mirror by Holly Cotton. If time is an illusion, then isn't time travel an illusion too? Willa prodded in her soft Irish brogue. Willahilla Crissing, a blossoming 13-year-old, sat on the soft meadow grass, legs crossed, butterscotch eyes gazing up at her mentor, Holly Cotton. Actually, she was staring at the back of Holly's head, which was capped with long silver-white tresses that gleamed in the late afternoon sun. Holly turned away from the nanoglass computer screen that floated in the air in front of her, glanced at Willa's eager elfin face, which was framed by a wild cinnamon mane that always reminded Holly of fox fur. "So," said Holly in an accent far more ancient, "you've been listening all along." "I listen," Willa protested. "But to what things? There are many things to ken in the forest besides the sound of my voice." Willa cocked her head toward the dense grove of willow trees at the edge of the meadow. "Birds, insects, wind in the leaves, water rushing over rocks," Willa offered. Holly humphed. "You still hear so little, Willa." Willa bristled. "What else is there?" "Listen," said Holly. Willa stared at the largest willow perched on the bank of the meandering stream. A section of loamy soil had eroded away,
exposing a tangle of roots that reached toward the life-giving water as it burbled by, just out of reach. Willa knew that her great-grandmother had been named after the willow. The tree was also Willa's namesake, but it had taken only 4 generations for the name to evolve, as names often do, from willow to Willa. Most off-world hybrids had adapted a name from nature after the landing, nearly 700 years ago, and the custom eventually crystallized into tradition. Willa! Willa's attention snapped to Holly's ice-blue eyes. Daydreaming isn't a lesson you need to learn, Holly remarked. Willa straightened her posture. I was thinking about how different Earth must have been before the landing, before deconstruction and restoration. Thorne told me most of the world was paved in stone. Concrete and cement, Holly corrected. The world wasn't exactly covered with it, but, well, it might as well have been, I suppose. Cities of concrete and steel sprawled over deforested ground, connected by a web of hard black roads that stretched for thousands of miles in all directions. Once off-world tech was gifted to the human population, it all began to change. Now, Port Paris, Port New York, Port Beijing are mere villages compared to what they once were. But this isn't a history lesson, little fox. We were talking about listening to the trees. Actually, said Willa, we were talking about time. Holly smiled. So we were. And it's time to call it a day. Holly tapped the nanoglass screen 3 times. It shrank to the size of a marble. Holly snatched it from the air and tucked it in one of the many pockets in her flowing, knee-length tunic. Willa stood and stretched in the golden sunset light, her rust-colored hair waving in the breeze like cropped wheat. Holly's silver locks flowed behind her like a billowing bridal veil as they strolled across the meadow. What do you hear when you listen to the trees? Asked Willa. Stories, replied Holly. Stories of the past, the present, and the future. Willa cupped her ear in the direction of the grove. I don't hear any stories except the tall one that you're telling me now. Holly smiled. Then you're listening with the wrong ears. I only have 2, Willa said. On the outside, Holly said with that same enigmatic smile. But you need to listen from within. Why are cryptics always so cryptic? Willa said. My job as your mentor isn't to answer your questions, dear Willa, but to teach you how to answer them yourself. They walked along the bank of the stream, listening to the rippling water as it coursed over smooth stones. Willa tried to match Holly's gliding stride without looking conspicuous. I suppose the stream has a story too, Willa joked. Everything does, said Holly. For example, I know that in your story you like Thorne very much. Willa stopped dead in her tracks, thunderstruck. Holly kept walking as though she had commented on nothing more important than the weather. Willa shook off her surprise and ran to catch up. Yes, of course I like Thorne, Willa sputtered. You met him yesterday after sunset in this very grove, and the day before that, and the day before that, Holly said. Willa's face blushed red as her hair. No one knows. The trees know, said Holly. You're saying the trees told you that the trees can tell you a lot of things, Holly said, if you know how to listen. They walked in silence until they crested a small hill with a mass of large gray boulders on top, 3 of which rose above the others, bestowing the name Three Rock Mountain upon the area since long before the landing. Holly and Willa strolled down the gentle slope toward the Shadok, a circular structure similar to Stonehenge, but fashioned from shimmering blocks of nanoglass. There were 10 wide gaps between the upright slabs, spanned by thick lintels. 9 of the spaces rippled with transparent rainbow hues like oil on water. The 10th was empty, a simple passage that allowed entrance to the center of the ring. Willow followed Holly through the entry passage. Tomorrow then, said Holly. Willa nodded, afraid to speak lest Holly raise the subject of Thorne again. Holly favored Willa with a reassuring smile, stepped through one of the shimmering portals, and vanished. Willa exhaled with relief, collected her wits, turned and disappeared through a portal on the opposite side. Change of scene. Ash Grove Cottage was more accurately described as a large ashwood arbor that served as a scaffold for thick vines blooming with violet cathedral bells that swayed gently in the evening breeze. A soft, warm glow emanated from several luminaria globes that floated in the air inside the arbor. Rowan Ashgrove regarded his younger brother Thorn with the large velvet black eyes that ran in their family. Though he was only 17 and a mere 2 years older than Thorn, Rowan had worn the mantle of adulthood ever since their father vanished 2 years ago on an exploratory mission to the Orion Nebula. The third such mission to vanish without a trace. Several of Rowan's classmates began calling the region the Orion Triangle, and the name soon stuck. "So that's where you've been disappearing to every night," Rowan said in a sagacious tone. "Do Willa's parents know?" "Willa and I haven't told them, and neither will you," Thorn said. Rowan caught the hint of a nervous plea buried in Thorn's imperious tone. He would never betray his brother's trust, of course, but that didn't mean he couldn't tease him to within an inch of his impetuous young life. "Just her mother, then," Rowan said, suppressing a mischievous smile. "No," Thorn shot back. The plea was more evident this time. "I wonder what father would have thought," Rowan mused. "His own son wanting to learn to be a cryptic, and a nocturnal at that. We've been a family of explorers for generations. I am exploring, just not out among the stars. I think father would be proud and happy that I'm following my dream. And yet you don't want anyone to know." Rowan fixed his obsidian eyes on Thorn. "Is it your dream, or is this more about Willa?" Thorn averted his brother's bottomless gaze. "What's wrong with that?" "Nothing," Rowan admitted. "You may be making the right choice, but is it for the right reason? The path of a cryptic isn't for everyone. What if it's Willa's path, but not yours?" "Willa and I can still be together, Rowan." "Can you?" Rowan shot back. "Do you ken what it really means to become a cryptic, a nocturnal, a shapeshifter, a sage? What if Willa chooses to go further than that? Will you still be together if she becomes a wraith?" "That's just a myth," Thorn said. "Many myths contain a seed of truth," Rowan said. "I've heard stories that sometimes a sage who becomes a wraith can forget who they once were and transforms into a banshee, trapped between the world of the living and the dead." "Oh, you're making that up," Thorn said, though his confidence was beginning to waver. "I'm not saying you can't have a life together," Rowan said more gently, "just that you'd better understand what that life would be. I'm sure father, wherever he is, would be happy and proud that you're following your dream. But in father's absence, it's my job to make sure your dream doesn't become a nightmare." Rowan selected a blue nanoglass bead from the download dimple on the countertop and headed out. "Where are you going?" Thorn asked. "We're finally starting first contact simulations tonight. In 3 years, I'll be wearing the sigil of a first contact specialist." Rowan flicked the bead in the air, caught it, and tucked it in a small pocket. "Rowan?" There was a wavering tone in Thorn's voice that made him sound more like a lost child than a boy of 15. Rowan stopped and waited. "You'd never go to Orion like father, right?" "Don't worry," Rowan said. "The triangle's been quarantined." Thorn nodded, relieved. Rowan pushed down his own sad memories and hurried out into the cool night air. Change of scene. Willa's family lived in a spun-glass, spherical treehouse perched high in an ancient oak. In the early morning light, it looked like a giant, glistening cocoon. The nest, as her mother dubbed it, contained several large chambers that served as rooms, with Willa's at the very top, where she had the best view of the verdant countryside. Willa awoke to the muted drumming of a black and white great spotted woodpecker as it searched for breakfast outside Willa's room. What was once a rare bird in Ireland now populated many of the forests and groves on the outskirts of Port Dublin. Willa tapped the frosted nanoglass wall next to her hammock. A large, transparent circle appeared in the wall and framed the woodpecker like a spotlight. Willa gazed at the bright red cap on the nape of the bird's neck that identified it as a male. The bird continued to hunt for food as Willa listened to its staccato beat. "Willa, morning meal!" Her mother's melodic voice hung in the air as the walls softly reverberated like crystal wind chimes. As Willa rose from the hammock, Her gossamer blanket formed to her lithe frame and transformed into a one-piece garment that covered everything but her head, hands, and feet. She placed her bare feet on the smooth, cool floor and stepped onto the spiral, nanoglass staircase. The stairs instantly lowered her to the floor below, like an escalator. Lily Hillicrissing, Willa's mother, didn't look a day over 30, though she was twice that age. Her graphite-colored hair was woven in a long Celtic braid that hung down her back to her trim waist. Lily watered the herbs in the hydroponic garden that made up half of the small kitchen. Willa padded into the room, still half asleep, her fox fur hair tousled like a thistle top. Lily glanced over at her daughter and nodded to the hollowed-out bubble in the kitchen wall that served as the breakfast nook. "Mornin', Puka," Lily chimed. Lily started using the nickname ever since Willa announced her intention to become a cryptic like Holly. A puka being a nature being that can bestow the secret of shapeshifting to cryptics who are skillful enough to curry its favor. But Willa also heard rumors that pukas can sometimes be difficult and mischievous creatures, which made her wonder if that was the real reason her mother had chosen the pet name. Willa sat at the table before a small plate of ripe melon slices and popped one in her mouth. The cool, sweet juice always helped her to wake up. "Holly said she's waiting for you at the Port Dublin Shaddock," Lily said as she tended her little garden with the greatest of care. Willa looked up from her plate. "Port Dublin, not Three Rock. Do you know me to be hard of hearing?" Willa bolted for the spiral staircase, which lifted her up to the room as smoothly as it had brought her down. A change of location always meant that Holly had a new adventure in store for Willa, one that would surely be another step on the path to becoming a full-fledged cryptic. Willa was back in the kitchen in less than 60 seconds, dressed in a slick, cinnamon-hued nanosuit that perfectly matched her hair and accented her golden eyes. She kissed Lily on the cheek, snatched 2 more slices of melon from her plate, and walked straight toward the curved wall of spun glass. It opened like an iris at her approach, and Willa stepped out onto an enormous oak branch that wound its way down to the ground. In a flash, she was off through the grove with all the exuberance of youth. Up in the nest, Lily watched her daughter until she vanished among the trees. With a nod, the door shrank to nothing. She walked over to a luminarious sphere floating nearby, tapped it twice. Holly's face appeared like an apparition in a crystal ball. "She's on her way," said Lily. "Are you sure she's ready for the passage?" "The purpose of the passage is to find out if she's ready," Holly reminded her. "I ken that," said Lily, "but she's still so young." Holly fixed her ice blue eyes on Lily. "Then she's about to grow up very quickly." Did you enjoy that? Thank you. It gets way more exciting with each chapter. But thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Well, I'm on chapter 10, so however long it takes me to finish the book. Pardon? Oh, I don't know. We'll see. But for the moment, I'll see you later.
we'll say good day to you this day of your time. How are you all? All right. We thank you once again for the co-creation of this interaction. We would like to ask you to wait one moment. Willa herself would like to say a few words to you. One moment. Good day, cookies. All right, then. Are you liking my story so far? Yes. All right. Well, you know, some of it is true and some of it is, well, you know, truer in other ways. And so the idea we would like to share with you, taking you a little bit farther ahead in the story, is the understanding of what the shards of a shattered mirror are all about. You have in your reality these scientists who talk about the beginning of your universe. And they talk about it as what you call a Big Bang, yes? Well, you see, the idea that we discovered far down the line is the idea that it's not really a Big Bang. I know it looks like the universe is expanding to you from your point of view in physical reality. But what we've discovered is based on the notion and the understanding that the BASHAR has been talking about, that everything is here and now, yes? Everything is the same point, yes? From a different point of view. You understand? You ken this idea? And so, rather than a Big Bang, which we understand is how you see it from your perspective, the idea is to imagine that it's all still that infinitesimal, small, infinite point. And that it's not so much that it exploded into everything that you see, but it's the idea that it simply remained the same size and shattered into an infinite number of shards within it. It did not increase in size. In a sense, it actually imploded inward. But the idea is that all of those shards that it shattered into, while still remaining that infinitesimal point, all those shards are you and me and everything in creation. We are all reflections of each other. We are all the shattered shards, the infinite shattered shards. And we all reflect to each other what we each need to know. This is the first stage of learning of a cryptic, the idea of the shattered shards that represent all beings in any given reality, and also all the parallel ones as well. We begin to learn about the parallel realities much more deeply and in ways that allow us to begin to chart them and relate to them in ways that you do not yet. And going further than that and becoming what we call the nocturnals, we go further and become the shapeshifters and the sages that allow us to actually make stronger connections to these parallel worlds, draw upon them in ways that allow us to mix and match and manipulate and make malleable the idea of physical reality in a variety of ways that you do not yet ken. But you will begin to experience some of these things in your present state. They will, of course, accelerate after the idea you call first contact, that we call the landing. And in this way, you will together move forward, both with the humans and the hybrids, which will eventually lead to those that exist in my time frame up the line from you. And we are a mix of many things. We are not the hybrid children anymore that you will be familiar with in your time frame. We are that which has gone beyond. We are that which has become, as the BASHAR has explained, the sixth hybrid race. And we move forward in that way to a time and to a destiny where we will mingle with the other 5 hybrid races, including the BASHARs, to become the 7th hybrid race, which has never been seen before. But we share this with you now, and it has been given to you and will be given to you in story form, so that it forms
a part of your understanding, a part of your psyche. For as the Bashar has explained, story structure is a part of your actual consciousness. And when information is delivered in that way, you ken it better, you hold on to it longer. It becomes a stronger piece of your story, and you find where you fit in that story. So, we are happy to share what we are sharing with you in this way, and that story will continue, and there will be more of it. And we thank you for this opportunity. Our unconditional love to you all, and we bid you fair sailing. Good day. All right then, and so, with this story in mind and a little bit of a deeper understanding of the idea of the shards of a shattered mirror, let us begin to move forward in this exchange, shards reflecting to one another through your questions and dialogue. What way may our shards now be of service to yours? You may begin.
Good evening, Bashar.
And to you, good day. Making sure you're all still awake.
Yes. You raised my interest yesterday about the moon.
The moon, yes.
Well, many of us know that it has a stabilizing effect on the Earth, as you mentioned.
A balancing effect, yes.
Yes. What made it possible to give the moon this function?
The idea of the alteration of some of its interior to allow it to manipulate electromagnetic fields and other high-frequency energies in a very specific way that allows it to begin to act as a magnifying lens for those frequencies and allow those frequencies to be directed and focused on the Earth and interact with the Earth's gravitational and electromagnetic field in which you are immersed.
Who did that?
Another race of beings. We are not allowed to say who at this time.
Okay. You mentioned the Earthlings that left the Earth before the 11,000 catastrophe.
Yes.
Can you elaborate a little bit about their belief system when they lived here on Earth?
Their belief system?
Yes.
In what way specifically?
Their culture, their way of living, how much it's different from how we are sort of existing today.
All right. One of the cultures that left long ago always lived in circular structures. There was never a sharp corner anywhere in their structures. And in living in these circular structures, they believed it represented the idea of the cycles of the universe, the cycles of creation, which is why they chose to live in them that way. And in certain rituals and in certain ceremonies, they would gather in certain structures built specifically to amplify and magnify their awareness of those cycles so that they could see ahead in the idea you call time and understand where and how they fit in these cycles and when exactly it would be necessary for them to move on from this world, as this world was only temporary for them, having come from somewhere else, settled on Earth for a while, and then recognized when it is they needed to move on their journey to gather more and more experiences that would be representative of exactly where their culture needed to go.
Okay. In your contact net,
do you mean our interstellar alliance?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you have contact with them today?
We have contact with what became their descendants, yes.
Okay. Do you have any relation to them? Sort of heritage?
Genetically?
Yes.
Not directly, no. There have been interminglings for a variety of reasons in a variety of ways genetically, but again, we are not allowed to go into that fully at this time. But that's a rare occasion with this particular species.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You are very welcome. By the way, The beings that to some degree still exist on your planet, called the Maya, are the remnants of an extraterrestrial civilization, most of which also left your planet. It isn't the idea that extraterrestrials visited the Maya civilization. The Maya are actually the descendants of the extraterrestrials that came and stayed and built many of those cities that you attribute to the Maya civilization. Then most of them left, leaving some behind to become the Maya you understand today. But the Maya, who are educated in their own history, know this. Do proceed.
Hello, Bashar.
And you good day.
Hello, everyone. Good day. My English is not so perfect, so thank you for being here, everyone, for creating this experience.
All right.
I love you, everyone. I love you, Bashar.
Our
Shekani
unconditional
people.
love to you as well.
Thank you. I am learning with passion to generate the gamma frequencies.
Yes.
So please share with us a new permission slip for generating that frequency. Thank you.
Well, any meditative act, anytime you're doing what you love to do, anytime you're in that creative zone, you're in the gamma frequency, the channeling state. But we have also described the idea of other permission slips that other cultures on your planet have used to help magnify and amplify that state, one of which being the coffer, the stone coffer in the king's chamber in the pyramid at Giza.
Okay.
You are familiar with this?
Yeah, like a sarcophagus.
Well, not a sarcophagus. It was a stone coffer. It wasn't really used as a sarcophagus. It was used for those initiates to lie down in and meditate, focusing on the idea of that state of being that created gamma. And the stone coffer was created in the dimensions that acted as a resonating chamber to magnify and reflect back and amplify that gamma frequency. And so by doing that, popping them, in a sense, out of their body to give them out-of-body experiences more easily so they could go up to other realms, other levels non-physically, and learn things they could not learn in physical reality.
Oh, awesome.
You can recreate this idea if you wish.
Awesome. I have been in meditations where I feel like kind of a vertigo, a falling sensation.
Yes, well,
Is
sometimes that's an
similar to-
indication of what you call out-of-body travel or shifting dimensionality.
Yeah, and now I can generate that sensation all the time, every time that I want.
If you wish.
Yeah, so I just want to know that. So the other thing that I want to share is I feel passion to create more equality between the dream plane and the physical plane.
All right. Go right ahead.
Please, yeah, please. I know that my passion is the principal thing that will help me to do that.
Then
So-
you will attract what you need in your life.
Yeah.
All
So-
you need to do is become more lucid in your dream state. And as you go to the template level reality, when you are lucid in the dream state and start making shifts and changes in the template that describes how you experience physical reality, then you can make the changes that will allow you to become more lucid in the physical dream state as well. And then the two shall begin to blend.
Okay, awesome. That's awesome. There is another permission slip that we can use.
You can use any permission slip that your imagination creates. You have the ability to create whatever permission slip you believe works for you. And the ones that you're most attracted to are the ones at that moment that are most in alignment with your belief system, and therefore an indication of the ones that will most likely work for you the strongest at that moment you're attracted to them. That's why you're attracted to them.
Okay, thank you. That's awesome. Thank you, Bashar. And the last thing, I want to know your relationship between your civilization and the Andromeda galaxy, and there's a bit
We
of
have
relation-
some interaction with certain beings that inhabit the Andromeda galaxy. Some of them are part of our interstellar alliance. Some of them belong to other alliances we are familiar with. So we interact with some of them from time to time.
Okay, our human species have DNA from them?
No.
No. Okay. Thank you, Bashar.
Thank you.
I love you. Thank you.
Our unconditional love to you again.
Hi, Bashar.
And you good day.
You spoke about shards of the broken...
Shards of a shattered mirror.
Shards of a shattered mirror.
Yes.
Is that similar to what you said yesterday about we always experience ourselves as ourselves even when we are God?
The idea is that you are all that is, experiencing itself as the shards of all that is.
And so as we keep going and progressing and
Yes.
expanding
Yes.
and becoming more and more and more of who we truly are,
Yes.
does that take in more and more of
More shards?
yes, or
Yes.
is it oh yes?
Yes, it can.
It can?
Yes.
So is there ever a point where it all like comes back in together and comes back together? Or is it always going to be shards?
In some senses, it will always be shards, because even when you come to the point of recognizing yourself as all that is can only recognize itself if there is an other. Do you understand?
No, say that again, please.
The one, the whole one, has no self-awareness, no self-recognition, because there is nothing, from the one's perspective, there is nothing to reflect back to the one who the one is. The part of the one that is self-aware is the all that is, because there is a reflection. In other words, in order to know the self, you have to know the self because there is an other.
Right.
Without an other, there is no self-identification. Right. There is no self-awareness. So there always has to be at least one other shard.
So there is a point then you're saying when you do become aware of more than just your shard, you can take in other shards and become aware.
You can see from the perspective that is representative of more than one shard, yes.
Is there ever a time when the whole collective of a group of people, race, civilization all come back together?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, yes, yes. But it depends upon the journey you take, the path you take, as to when, how, if, why you will experience that.
So has that happened then in other...
Everything is happening all at once.
Got it. And in your civilization, what is the catalyst for growth or expansion? What...
Excitement, joy, love, creativity,
Is there
being who we are.
No challenges?
Of course there are challenges.
Like what?
Exploring things that are the unknown. Understanding our relationship to those things that we discover, just like you. There are many things that are unknown to us.
And so your catalyst is really exploration then, and not so much of like the contrast that we experience here.
Not in the way that you experience contrast, no. But our exploration has been inward, and the exploration inward is now what allows us to explore outwardly much, much farther.
Okay.
Because we know ourselves sufficiently to create a reality that is as expansive as we know ourselves to be. This leads us to the stars and will lead you to the stars. Going inward will lead you outward.
The only way out's in. Okay. Are you familiar at all with the raw materials that were channeled in?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
So when it said, know yourself, accept yourself, and
Yes.
be the creator.
Yes.
Would you agree with all those?
Yes.
Anything you would expand upon on those?
Well, the expansion is all the ideas that we have been sharing with you for years about different ways in which you can allow yourself to know yourself. Yes?
Yes.
That's the bottom line, really. Know yourself.
And be the creator?
Well, you are the creator.
But to come from...
When you know yourself, you will know you are the creator.
Okay. And they talk also about wanderers.
Yes, there are wanderers.
Can you say any more about that?
The idea of beings that may choose to have incarnations that are wanderers are those beings that are, in your terms, rather loosely connected to physical reality. So sometimes you will see that there are people on your planet who don't quite feel grounded or anchored to your physical reality. They navigate through it, but it seems that physical life is foreign to them to some degree. This is not always, but usually a symptom of a wanderer who connects themselves to many different civilizations, explores many different things, and never really grounds or anchors themselves in a permanent way to any one culture. Therefore, they touch base, they see what's going on, It's kind of, well, I'll use your terminology, someone hopping from party to party who never really settles down to any one party. Do you understand?
Yes. And so do they each come with different specific purposes on why they wander?
Of course.
Okay. Okay.
Does that help you?
Yes.
All right, then wander off then.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Bashar.
And a you good day.
I was hoping not to be cold. I'm very nervous.
Speak up, speak up.
I was hoping not to be cold. So.
Well, you can sit down if you wish.
Too late.
No, it's not too late.
I'm gonna ask.
Do you want to stay?
Sure.
All right, it's up to you.
I'll try. If I get lost, I will sit down.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
So, what would you like to discuss?
I'm using as a permission slip. I used to.
Please speak up so that all may hear you.
As a permission slip, I'm using some hypnosis, like
Yes.
regressive hypnosis, which
All
I
right.
enjoy a lot.
All right.
And I wanted to understand the connection. You know, when we go to what they say, it's a past life.
Yes, yes, yes. Another simultaneous incarnation you're making an energetic connection to
But
from this life.
actually, it's not me.
No, that's not you. Not as a person. It might be part of the same oversoul you're a part of.
Exactly. I think I see it as an extension of my oversoul.
Yes.
Because I realize when I get there that all my life here on earth, I actually feel the effects of that life, of
Yes,
that being
yes.
life. in
That's
there.
the point.
And probably that's why I was called in there.
All right. Well, that's the point of making those connections, yes.
Okay, so I'm healing myself through viewing that
Yes.
life
Yes.
from a higher perspective. And sometimes, with the help of the practitioners, they modifying or changing something into that life, into that being life. And I'm wondering, do I affect somehow, because everything is happening now and
If
here.
that being wishes to also use your life as an experience to help them in their life, then yes, of course, they can use the information from you and your experiences in the same way you can use the information from them and their experiences, if they wish to, yes.
Yeah, but I'm talking about their experiences, because I'm going
Their
there,
what?
Their experience, that life.
Yes, their experience, yes.
I am feeling it. I'm going there and I'm living it as if it was mine.
Yes. So?
And sometimes I take a decision, me, from here,
Yes.
to call a being there to modify something in that lifetime.
Yes, but you're creating your version of that.
Oh.
That doesn't mean that the being is experiencing what you're experiencing directly, because you're creating your version of it in your life.
All right.
Is another permission slip.
Got it.
Make sense?
Yeah.
All right. Does that help?
Yes, but I want to go a little bit further.
Yes, by all means.
Okay, some of the... Why do I feel these effects of their life so strongly in this lifetime? For instance, in one of the
Yes.
incarnation, let's say years ago, before I was into these things, you know, I
Yes.
was very down to earth here, if you could
Oh,
say
before you
that,
became
know.
crazy, is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Oh, all right. Before you went
Well,
insane.
all right. But I've been crazy all the time.
Yes, yes, yes.
But
Well,
I-
you're actually becoming saner, but go ahead.
Exactly. So I told somebody, look, I know that in this lifetime I'm gonna float.
Yes.
I'm gonna float. I'm gonna actually float from one room to another. Imagine what that person said, you know, just said, almost called the 911
Yes, yes, yes.
on me. But in one of this reincarnation, without, you know, me making any connection, and it was very hard to believe, I was connected to this person that was floating all the time, like
Yes.
this wizard.
And so, what's your question?
Now, in my reality, I'm reading and I'm hearing more and more about people actually floating, like in
Yes.
Tibet.
Yes,
There
well,
are a lot of people.
so?
When I'm gonna, when is gonna happen for me?
When it
Okay.
happens.
I know that. I know it's gonna happen at the right time, and I know.
Exactly.
Not a minute earlier, not a second
No,
later.
ma'am.
I heard that before.
Perfect timing. And the
But-
reason that you feel it so strongly from that life is because that experience from that life vibrationally matches a theme you're exploring in this one.
Okay.
Simple.
Any tips how I can make a step ahead? And not to rush it, but I just like to feel
Not
like
to rush it, but can you tell me how to hurry it up?
No, just... Okay, if you don't have anything to say, I won't. So I will
You
find- I
know
it's
what we
gonna come.
always say.
Yeah.
Trust how your life unfolds. Act on your highest excitement to the best of your ability with no insistence on a particular outcome.
I'm learning.
All right. And again, remember, and perhaps access the double entendre here. The first step toward enlightenment is to lighten up on yourself so that you raise your vibration, you become lighter, you become, in a sense, less connected to material reality, and at whatever level you need to arrive at expressing that in physical reality, whether it is walking or gliding or floating or what have you, then if that is necessary, it will happen in perfect timing. In the meantime, follow your excitement.
Thank you.
Nothing more really needs to be said.
Yeah, I know. I understand.
All right, I know you do. So, does this help?
Very much.
All right, then.
Floor on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
And
How are
you,
you
good
today?
day.
Thank you. I would like to know what other incarnations does my oversoul have?
Why?
Because I've heard other people ask the same question.
Is
and
that the
it
only
sounds-
reason you want to know?
No, it sounds very interesting for me to know as well.
Really?
Yes.
How do you know that it would help you?
I just think it'll be interesting.
You just think it
It will
would be
open
interesting.
up my imagination and
Open up
maybe
your
do
imagination.
some other things. Yeah.
Oh, is your imagination closed?
No,
Closed
it would
for
help
business.
open it up a little more.
Oh, a little more. Well, how do you use your imagination right now in your life?
Um,
In what ways do you express your imagination creatively in your life?
Honestly, I daydream.
That's it?
Take care of my children, have a very busy life, so.
A very busy life.
Yeah.
All right. Well, what does that mean? Are you doing anything that's representative of your excitement aside from those things?
Not really. Actually, being here is one of the things that excites
We
me.
appreciate that. But beyond this, what are you doing in your life that is representative of your highest excitement? And if you're not doing it, why not?
I challenge myself to not take in other people's beliefs of myself. I do that every day.
I understand that as part of your process. I'm talking about physical actions that are representative of your willingness to commit to the idea of being the fullest you can be.
Well,
What physical actions are you taking that are
I'm not
representative of your excitement?
doing anything now. That is a process, and it's one of the challenges that I think I have chosen in this lifetime for myself.
All right. Well,
Because
what
I'm
do you
juggling-
believe holds you back from doing it now?
It's definitely myself.
Well, I know that, but what specifically about your belief systems?
I'm overwhelmed
With what?
with taking care of myself and my children.
Why does that
And-
overwhelm you if that's part of your excitement? Maybe you're not doing it in the most exciting way you could be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I'm working on it.
I know.
And I honestly feel overwhelmed because
Yes.
I feel like I have to not please other people, but I have to consider them.
Considering them should not overwhelm you. Pleasing them all the time will.
And then it becomes a challenge because then I have to have conversations and it's back and forth. And
So what? Conversations are also not overwhelming.
it's just the energy, the back and forth energy that I don't like.
But it's
to.
your energy. So what are you doing that allows your own energy to feel so overwhelming? Are you giving your power away to other people?
Yeah, I've noticed that. And
Yeah, I've
been
noticed that.
doing-
All right.
I've been being better about that.
No,
though.
all right. But that's what's overwhelming you. When you create a situation, when you create an experience of divesting yourself of your own self-empowerment, you're going to be exhausted because you're not feeding yourself. You're not allowing that energy to support you. You're doling it out to other people and letting them determine who you are, trying to please them, instead of being who you are, which would actually be the most loving thing you could do for them, whether they understand it or not.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All
it
right.
does.
So, one moment. Let's look at a connection you have to what you would call an incarnational experience in ancient Egypt. Shall we?
Perfect. My son's name is Kemet.
There you go. So, perhaps what Kemet can help you with, and what you can help yourself with, is being a little bit more active rather than just drifting down denial.
Okay. Yes.
And denying the power of your being.
Okay.
So use that connection, use that sacredness, use that priestess energy that you're connecting to in that incarnation to boost yourself up, to bolster yourself, to understand that you don't have to worry about the idea of running amok. You don't have to worry about the idea of thinking that you are being too egotistical. You don't have to worry about the idea of what other people will think of you if you're being yourself. You can balance yourself. You can be who you need to be without going over the top, without being egotistical. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. It's okay to be who you are, because if you're really being who you really are, you won't be egotistical. You won't have those negative expressions. Does that make sense?
Yes.
You won't be out of control because you will understand that that's not your intention. It's not your desire. You will always regulate yourself. You'll always check in. You can always make sure that you are in alignment. So you go out of alignment here and there, so what? Oops! Bring yourself back in. You can always listen to people's advice, but you get to decide what is true for you. Do you understand?
Yes.
You get to decide that, not them. You. It's your life. Many people on your planet may not appreciate or like what you choose to believe is true for you, but they have no business telling you how to live your life, how to be who you are. Advice is wonderful, but if it's true advice, it will be given out of love, not out of fear, not out of manipulation, not out of control, not out of emotional blackmail. Do you understand?
Yes.
So that's not love. That's not real advice. That's diminishment. That's trying to cut you down to size because they're afraid that they don't have power, so they're projecting on you that you shouldn't either. Because what's that wonderful phrase in your society? Misery loves company. There's another phrase in your society. Well, if misery loves company, it ought to serve better snacks. So, if this is unpalatable to you, then don't swallow it. Do you understand?
Yes.
Don't swallow what they're telling you if it isn't something that tastes good to you.
Yeah. I can definitely feel that it doesn't taste good.
All right. Now, let me ask you one more question. Do you have any ability in your imagination to start expressing yourself even a little bit in some creative way? Writing, painting, singing, something. Are you attracted to anything like that?
Writing.
All right. Are you writing?
Every now and then, but not how I should be.
Then the answer is no.
No, yes.
Will you be willing to write?
Yes.
Doesn't matter whether it's one word,
one sentence, one paragraph, every day, something. Will you give yourself the time, the space? Will you give yourself the permission and the power to sit down and write and be creative and just be free and let yourself flow? When you do that, it will act to begin with as a safety valve that will begin to flow the energy through you, siphon off some of the excess energy, and allow you not to feel so overwhelmed.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Yes.
So, are you going to write?
Yes, I am.
All right.
I definitely can do that.
All right.
Okay. One day I was taking a nap and I felt this unconditional love.
Yes.
And I tried to go towards it. And then it told me that everything was going to be okay and for me to go back into my body.
Yes.
And it called me by name.
Yes.
And I kept trying to go. And then I guess it eventually forced me back inside my body. Who was that and what was happening?
You were having an encounter with a being that could be called a kind of a guide, but also does have some extraterrestrial connections. But right now, we're not going to go too much further than that. Start writing. You may be surprised at what information is revealed to you that way.
Okay.
Use your imagination.
Okay.
Let it be an open door. See what happens. Just see what happens. You don't have to necessarily make anything of it or say, ooh, is this right? Is this accurate? Just write.
Okay.
And see what comes.
So does this being go with me wherever I go, or is it...
Time and space for them is not what it is for you.
Okay.
They understand that everything is here and now. So it doesn't matter where or when you are. They can be there in the blink of an eye.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. Go and write.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh. Thank you.
Hi, Bashar.
And a good day.
Hi. Okay. My first question is, so is there really such a thing as the Zeta seal?
Zeta seal.
Yeah.
Well, it is not translating in the understanding of any vocabulary that exists within the channel. Can you give us a definition?
I read somewhere how there's like a seal that forms on your heart when you hit adolescent, and then it has the energy go a different way. Is this kind of translating? I read it so I was reading Drumvolo Melchizedek stuff.
Yes.
And something happened when Atlantis fell, and I think they...
I understand what you're talking about.
Thanks. Is that real?
Well, not in exactly the way that you're interpreting it, no.
Okay.
But the idea is, of course, that there are consequences to actions. There are vibrational resonances that vibrate what you call down through time for you because you're creating that experience of time and space. And therefore, the idea of the collapse, so to speak, of the heart energy on your planet and reclaiming that heart energy, I suppose in a sense it could be called a kind of seal, but it's really not so much a seal as it is a path back to yourself. It's more like the redirection of energy. It's more like reclaiming, regathering, pulling it back together from the idea of it having apparently gone away, which it never really has, but you created that kind of a scenario of forgetting who you are. And so you are remembering who you are, and the heart energy is very involved in that, in reclaiming its place as a balance of consciousness within your entire makeup of the being that you are, to be balanced with the mind. Does this make sense? Is it translating into your language?
Yeah.
So it's more of a process that's being described than an actual seal in the classical sense.
Gotcha. But our main purpose here is to kind of...
Your main purpose is to be yourself as fully as you can.
But to connect back to your heart, right?
Well, that's part of the
that's
process,
part of
yes.
it.
That's part of being
Okay.
your full self.
Okay.
You can express it however you wish. The expression of it isn't the purpose, it's the expression of your purpose. Your purpose is to be you as fully as you can, and the way that's perhaps most easily done is to act on your highest joy. So your heart can leap for joy, yes?
Yes.
All right.
So that's my other question, Bashar. So I'm always looking at, okay, how do I be... When is it the line between self-indulgent and when is it being responsible?
Well, you don't know the difference? I guess not.
Sometimes I don't.
Oh, all right. Can you give us a specific example?
You know,
Yes.
well, I meet a lot of, like, for example, if I'm, you know, there's like a lot of people in the spiritual world who are like, my guides told me that I need to stay home today. Like,
Yes.
you know, like stuff like that.
Yes, yes, yes.
Where
I
it's
understand.
like, it
Yes.
occurs a little bit like, okay, you're following your
All right,
guidance,
you
but
can
then
stop,
it seems
you
a
can
little
stop,
bit.
you can stop.
Okay.
I'll ask you a question.
Yes.
And this is really the question that everyone needs to ask themselves in this scenario. How honest are you willing to be with yourself? That's really the issue. How honest are you willing to be? If you're afraid to be honest because you're afraid of what you might find, then that's not going to work, and you're going to experience a lot of what you're talking about. Indecision and confusion about being able to tell the difference between anxiety and excitement, or covering up your anxiety and making it appear to be excitement. This is kind of what we were talking about last night with the idea of the filter, because you can put a false positive or a false negative on things and make one thing seem to be its opposite. But this takes great honesty and willingness to investigate the self and ask the self the real questions. Am I being self-indulgent here? Am I actually acting from anxiety and calling it excitement just because I'm too afraid to look at what's making me anxious? And I just can't be bothered? I'm just too afraid to go there? It's just too much for me? You have to understand that if you have that kind of a definition, then yes, it may be quite possible that you're going to be overindulgent in things that aren't necessarily in your best interest or aligned with your true vibration. But you have to be honest about it to know the difference. Okay. That's all it takes. The willingness to dig deep and be honest about why you are experiencing what you're experiencing, why you are choosing what you're choosing, and not be afraid to find out what that answer is. Because there is no real reason to be afraid. Anything you will discover about yourself can always be used in a positive way, can always be used to add to your overall joy and love and creativity and excitement. Always. Always. No exceptions. You can create what appear to be exceptions, but there aren't really any. Remember, this is just belief systems making themselves seem indispensable, because that's what belief systems have to do in order to be experienced as a solid reality. Otherwise, you know, they're just smoke and mirrors. So negative beliefs will convince you to be afraid to look for them because they don't want you to let them go. They will reinforce themselves any way they can. They will lie to you. They will confuse you. They will shine shiny objects in front of you. Ooh, look, shiny. Don't look over here. Look over here. They'll do anything in their power to prevent you from finding them, even making you feel very, very, very afraid to look. But if you understand that that's just a game, it's just a trick, then you can go looking and know that there's really nothing to be afraid of. That's the kind of honesty we're talking about. It comes with the knowledge that the only thing you could ever discover, no matter how deeply you go, is just more of the you actually prefer to be. That's all you will ever discover in the unknown, more of yourself.
Okay.
Is this helping?
Yes.
All right.
And my other question then, wait, so you're telling me about, I forgot, I blinked out. Can I just ask you another one?
That was another one.
So, the other thing, BASHAR.
Yes.
Okay. So I feel like one of my themes here is, okay, there's always a part of me that just wants to leave.
Leave where?
Earth.
But you're not ready to, otherwise you would leave.
Well, exactly. So then I'm like, well, then as part of the lesson here, just to bring it down here.
Yes.
It's
not to run away, it's to bring it down to earth.
So
yes,
wherever I go, I have to bring it back down here.
You don't have to, but it would probably be a wise choice. It would be more enjoyable.
Yeah.
Create heaven on earth. That's the point, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, you chose this adventure. You might want to actually get involved in it. Because you see, that's actually what many people are experiencing as this resistance, is that they actually don't really fully get involved in the adventure that they chose.
Yeah.
Because if you really got involved, you would see that it's a very enjoyable ride.
Yes, of course it has its ups and downs, but that's the challenge. But so what? You're an eternal, infinite, indestructible being.
I'm starting to realize that. I'm starting to realize that I need to make this enjoyable.
You can allow it to be,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
You can choose it to be, yes. Nothing has built-in difficulty. Only your definitions make it appear difficult. There is no such thing as an inherently difficult situation. No such thing. They're all neutral. They're just props. Just sitting there waiting for you to flood meaning into them so they can reflect back to you the meaning you gave them. Whether you do that consciously or unconsciously is up to you. But they don't have meaning on their own.
Okay, then this is my last question.
Well, we'll see about that.
No, if that continues with that. So, I just want to ask about the whole, if you're a very energy sensitive person.
Energy sensitive.
Then, you know how this whole thing about, they talk about energy vampires.
Oh,
and
energy
you have
vampires.
to,
Ooh, spooky. Well, your Halloween is coming up.
Well, but is it really true that those, somebody that can really dump their energy on you, or only
It
if
is
you give
really
them permission
true that you can give them permission to do so and agree to match their frequency and thus feel as if they had the ability to take it from you, but you're the one that's shifting your energy to pretend that they took it.
Okay, so that's good to know.
Yes, it is.
So then are all these protection things not really necessary then?
Not really.
Depending on...
But if you have a belief system that says they are, then they are.
Okay.
These are all permission slips. All tools, all techniques, all rituals, all objects are permission slips. If they align with your belief system because your belief system says, I need to believe this, I need to buy into this, I need to do this, I need to have this, I need to see this, I need to read this, I need to hear this in order for me to relax my belief system enough to give myself permission to be more of who I am, then fine, if that's what works for you. But ultimately, permission slips remind you that you're the ultimate permission slip, and you're the one giving yourself permission anyway. Not the object, not the tool, not the ritual, not the technique. You have decided that it's okay for some reason now to give yourself permission to be more of who you are. And just because you used a permission slip doesn't mean the permission slip did it. It means the permission slip reflected to you your willingness to do it yourself. Big difference.
Yeah.
Does this help?
That helps a lot. Last question.
We thought so.
I just blinked again.
Yay!
No. Wait. You were just talking about permission. Damn it. Okay.
She doesn't yet know we're blanking her.
Did you? I had a really good one and then it just went away. Okay.
Oh, where did it go, do you suppose?
Okay.
Is it here? Is it here? Is it here? Catch.
I blinked. Oh well. I guess this is the end.
It'll come back to you when it needs to, and when it does, I'll bet you can answer it yourself. Yes?
Yep.
All right, thank you very
Thanks,
much.
BASHAR. I love you so much.
Our unconditional love to you as well. Blankety blank blank.
Hello, BASHAR.
And to you, good day.
So, thank you for all your sharing earlier.
It is our pleasure and our excitement as always.
Of course. Would you go into some of the specific differences between the wanderers, the cryptics, the nocturnals, the shapeshifters, the sages, and then the wraith?
Nope.
Why not?
Because you will need to wait for the book.
Well, I can explore on my own too.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
However, the cryptics basically start to learn about the idea of parallel realities Learn how to open up also to the idea of different levels of consciousness within your general reality, communicating with nature in a variety of ways, seeing things that were heretofore invisible, learning how parallel realities are laid out. It's an education in that sense. Mm-hmm. The idea of the nocturnals is they start to see more deeply into those parallel realities. They start to really understand and experience more about the parallel lives they may have made connections to, more viscerally, drawing, more consciously, drawing upon those experiences in a way that they can apply in their lives to bring about certain kinds of changes. They become more lucid in their dreams, more lucid in the physical reality, but they use the idea of the power of the night. They use the idea of the mystery, of investigating their true deep mysteries in that way. The shapeshifters start to understand not only how to perceive those alternate realities, but also how to actually shift themselves into representations of those alternate realities to really bring that into this reality and allow others to perceive those shifting shapes like a hologram, because they're getting people to understand how to match their frequency to see them from different points of view in all the different connections that they have in those parallel realities. The sage can also then bring that idea full circle to actually allow other people to experience changes in the reality as a whole. In other words, not just their body shifting to representations of other beings in other realities, but shifting the reality itself all around them like a holographic representation into those other realities, typically what you would call wizardry or magic. Mm-hmm. The wraith is now utilizing the idea of being the borderline between physical and non-physical reality and calling upon certain manifestations of the spirit realm in order to make them manifest in what you would consider to be physical reality.
Okay, they're a bridge between dimensions.
Yes.
Yes.
Didn't really have to wait for the book after all.
I guess not. Thank you. I love hearing about that and feeling it.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so...
Yes.
One of the most exciting things to me on Earth is the moon.
Yes.
And the ocean.
Yes.
And putting them together magnifies such a powerful presence and frequency on Earth.
Yes, it creates your tides.
And more.
And more.
So I notice, at least for me, each full moon, I feel called to be on a specific place on Earth. And
so where will you be Monday, the day of the moon, and what your people have been calling the blood moon, which is really just a lunar eclipse?
I'll probably be at the ocean.
Oh, all right. Mm-hmm. Then do understand that on that day of the moon, in that cycle, the vibrations are conducive, the frequencies are conducive, like a nocturnal, for exploring much, much, much more deeply into the mysteries of your own being and coming to more conscious realizations of more of the connections that you have to other beings, other incarnations, other realms, other dimensions, other levels of your own consciousness, if you are willing to go into the appropriate state to allow that to begin to occur to you.
I was thinking it would be a good time, but I wasn't sure of all the specifics, so I'm glad you expanded on that. Thank you.
Yes.
Is there anything else you could share with us?
Well, remember that, of course, as we have set it up, your moon is now also a resonating lens for the frequency of our reality based on the energy being sent to your moon from our 3 artificial moons of Epsilon and Eclipse and Epiphany.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
So you can focus on that vibration as well if you wish.
I do. A lot of times during the full moon, I think of them and I call them in.
Yes.
One thing last week when I was at the ocean watching the moon starting to set over the ocean, it created a light across the ocean like a bridge.
Yes.
And you could just follow that bridge to the moon. It was like it would connect to the moons of many other systems besides just perhaps your own.
It does.
Yeah.
Vibrationally speaking, yes.
Right. So last night before I left, I was looking at the moon and this phrase came to me, "The ship is my moon, or my ship is the moon in which I dance and tune."
All right.
And last night I had dreams. I was watching the stars and they became ships and they were dancing for me.
Oh, all
and
right.
then I realized I was seeing it as a dream, and then I realized I was seeing it as physical reality and feeling both sensations as if it was a dream and physical reality.
So you became somewhat lucid.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So I just wanted to share that. So then the last thing I wanted to speak of was when Daryl was reading the book.
Yes.
And he was speaking about Willa's home.
Yes.
It felt so at home.
Yes.
And so comfortable.
Yes. Well, you know you have connections to the hybrids around that time frame, too.
Yes. And when he spoke of Holly Cotton and even Willa's grandmother, everything just felt so comfortable. Is there a way that we can more, like at least for me, bring that more into this reality?
As was described to you, the reason that this is being given to you in the form of a story is so that you can allow your imagination to ride into it more deeply, to live it more viscerally, to go through it as a process. As you actually listen to the story, the more you let it in, the more you imagine what it is that's being described to you as if it is real for you. Then going through that story with her, with Willa, on her journey, will allow you to tap into what you need to in a variety of ways at different points in the story. This is why the story is a compendium and a compilation of many different things that are not necessarily actually literal in Willa's life, but need to be in the story to act as a long process of taking you through it in a way that allows you to touch into different things at different places that will awaken different memories within you.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's being delivered in story structure.
Well, it's very delicious.
Yes, it is.
One thing I wanted to ask, is Holly Cotton kind of like a fox too, or is she
No.
completely different?
She's very different.
Can you share?
Well, you had some description of her.
That's. I'll have to go back and listen. I probably zoned somewhere.
Yes. Well, she has long silver white hair.
Okay.
She has ice blue eyes.
Right. I heard the ice blue eyes.
And she is a mix of something else unusual that is a little bit different than the mix that Willa is. But Willa has certain connections that are far beyond what many of the cryptics actually have. And that will come out in the story.
Okay. Well, thank you.
You are welcome.
And you know the hybrid or the elven race in Lord of the Rings?
We understand the
What
analogy.
hybrid race are they? Like, I feel like they relate or they look like a hybrid race. Do they?
In a sense, yes, but this is a different story.
Okay.
We will have to get into that another time.
Okay.
All right?
I have one more. So, I would like to travel more, and I know I spoke to you about this.
Yes, well,
and I've been studying.
bye-bye.
No, really.
I know. Well, when are you going to?
I have been, but I
And?
want to do it more.
Obviously, or you wouldn't be asking. So when are you going to do it more?
Maybe in November. Because I
That's
already
up to
have
you.
some trips.
All
coming
right,
up
well,
in
that's up to
October.
you, isn't it?
Yes.
All
I was
right.
just wondering if you could assist me with maybe getting to a couple different places, like
What,
Machu
do you want to
Picchu
ride in
and
my ship or something?
Egypt. That'd be nice.
What about your ship of the moon?
Yes, I do go there.
Well, it can actually transport you places.
Okay.
Doesn't
Then
mean you
I just got a
necessarily have
flash.
to instantly disappear.
Okay. I just had a flash.
Yes, all right.
Okay, I know what I need to do.
All right. Remember the tides and the currents. Let the tides and the currents carry you where you need to go.
Okay.
Just flow with them. When you stand in the light of the moon, you can amplify and magnify the currents of your life that will carry you where you
Right.
need to go.
Okay.
Yes?
Awesomeness.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Ha'atu.
Ha'atu.
It's great to be here, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
For my first question, I was curious if you could expand upon our understanding of turbulence in the sense of physics and fluid dynamics.
Expand on your understanding of turbulence.
Or lack thereof.
What is it you think you need to know about turbulence?
Is there some specific application that the information will help you with that would allow us to narrow down the information for you? Because there is turbulence in many different scenarios and situations.
So more specifically, how turbulence is created in fluids and kind of a general understanding of why that happens and how it happens.
Why it happens, how it happens, all right. Being free-flowing as air or liquid or any other free-flowing material in that way, turbulence is going to be representative of a few different things. Number one, of course, it's going to be representative of what you would call the jostling of all the molecules as they work on each other, as they act on each other, representative of the different underlying structures that are represented by the different subatomic particles, the different energies within them, creating a combined effect that you call turbulence. This kind of discordant behavior is what is representative of the threshold, the crossing of the threshold between quantum coherence and decoherence. Turbulence is the decoherence of quantum effects to create what you call your macroscopic reality. Does this make sense to you?
Makes sense.
But it's following certain patterns, underlying schema, underlying templates that we have discussed, called things like phi ratios and Fibonacci sequences and so on and so forth. Fractals, in that sense. You follow?
Yes.
So turbulence is representative of quantum decoherence following underlying fractal templates that create your macroscopic physical experience. That would be a concise definition.
Great.
Does that help?
That helps a lot.
All right.
And then I was also curious, what dimension do you exist in?
We are moving into the idea of the fifth dimension because we are shifting from fourth density to fifth density. But in terms of the dimension of our alternate reality, is that what you're talking about?
No.
Or are you actually talking about our evolutionary process of frequency?
Yes.
Because remember, we're in an alternate dimension that operates 10 times faster than yours. But that's just a parallel reality. The idea of our evolution is taking us into fifth density, which is non-physical. That's why now, on the borderline between the two, we are what we call quasi-physical beings and exhibit qualities of both physical and non-physical beings in our reality.
Interesting. And in your reality, do you also have connections as this one where you channel with your future selves in higher dimensions as well?
Yes.
Interesting. And what's your primary purpose for interacting with us? Or primary intention?
To expand our understanding of creation through all of its facets. And of course, we are family.
Beautiful.
Does this help?
Helps a lot. Can I meet you?
Perhaps someday.
Could we set a time?
Perhaps someday.
Can we set one now?
Perhaps someday.
Okay. And then you also mentioned a very interesting concept about how, as the energies are accelerating during this period of time, we have a much narrower, so you could say, path to follow to keep going a certain direction without veering off.
Well, there's a paradox there. As you divest yourself of the things that are no longer relevant for you, in a sense, your path becomes narrower. It becomes like a razor's edge because there really is no other choice but that path. At the same time, when you do hone in on that singular path that is your preferred choice, that edge becomes wider and wider and wider and more stable for you. Because now there is nothing else to take up the room. You can fill the entire space with everything that's simply relevant for that path. So it actually becomes more stable even as you narrow it down. That's the paradox.
Interesting. So is it possible for someone to veer in a way that separates from something they could have been but was representative of their highest excitement more so than the one they chose?
Are you asking, is it possible to stray from your true path?
Yes.
Well, of course you can choose to misalign. Yes. But that can be your decision. You can change that course. Again, remember, the hallway you decided to walk down as a destiny, as a theme of exploration, still gives you the free will to choose how you walk down that hallway. And it doesn't mean you have to always open every door. You can decide to do that, or you can decide to leave some of them closed. You can decide, perhaps, to just plunk yourself down in the middle of the hallway and not progress further. Yes, of course. You can decide the way in which you experience the destiny you set up for yourself, the theme that you chose to explore in any number of ways, one of which includes the idea of not really exploring it, per se, or exploring the idea of not exploring it, which is part of the hallway, part of the path, at least as an option, as a potential choice. But it's up to you to determine whether or not that creates a flow in your life or resistance in your life to do so, and what you prefer to experience. Does that help?
Helps a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
I know you. Good day.
I'm very happy to be here, and
all right.
I started coming to see you live in June, and since then I haven't missed one yet.
Oh, all right.
So I love that, but I wanted to ask you, do I have me on a Sasani right now, or am I a Sasani?
You have some Sasani connections, one of which slightly overlaps my time frame, but most of which do not.
Oh, wonderful. So do you know that me slightly?
I do now.
Wonderful. Okay. My other question is, I was on Mount Shasta, and I took a picture of an orb, and
Yes.
Normally I have a bunch of orbs in the picture, but this one was just one.
Yes.
And it was giant, and it was above my head. Someone else was taking a picture, and I zoomed in on the orb later, and there's a spiral in the orb, and
Yes.
there's blue behind it.
Yes.
Was that a specific entity?
You are actually capable of photographing the crown chakra.
Wonderful. And there was actually a small, little, tiny orb that was actually right next to my head.
Yes.
What was that? It was very small. It looked almost like a metallic ball.
That was an observer watching you become cognizant of being able to perceive your crown chakra.
Wonderful. I knew I was supposed to be there. Okay. I've felt in my life at times that I have been pregnant, but then...
You are part of the hybridization agenda, yes.
So was I physically carrying something?
For a while, a couple of times, yes. And then
really
it was
feel that way.
removed and raised on the ships.
Will I ever meet them?
Yes, and you have.
I feel that way as well. Let's see.
But you will meet them more consciously, more physically in time.
Wonderful. And is there anything that you'd like to add to ask me, or I know you're going to ask me, you know, are you following your highest excitement? And I would like to say, yes, I am following my highest excitement every minute of every day, waking the moment. And is there anything else you'd like to add?
What color are your shoes?
I'm not wearing any.
Ah, transparent shoes then.
Yes.
Transparent.
Thank you so much.
Yes?
Love you.
Love you too.
Hello, Tadeo.
Nania!
I'm awake now.
Yes.
2 questions from our Ustream listeners.
Yes.
The first one is, what is the difference between the higher self and the higher mind?
Nothing.
Okay, so they're interchangeable terms.
Yes.
Okay. And the second question is pretty interesting. It says, how do the concepts of the prime radiant and the shards of the shattered mirror fit together? For example, each of us exists in our own universe, and you once said that we can only meet someone by creating a version of them
Yes.
in our reality.
Yes.
How does that fit with the idea of the shattered mirror?
It fits with the idea that there are shards of shards of shards of shards of shards, and that the shards reflect to other shards a facet that contains an image that is relevant to that shard. And if that shard wants to pick up that image, then it can recreate that particular image in its own facets. Did that make sense in your language?
I'm absorbing. You're saying that that process of shards upon shards upon shards, that when two shards reflect to each other, they then create other versions of, or they create a version of each person within themselves, right?
If the facets line up, it is an indication in terms of the shards that there is some common vibration, some alignment in vibration that allows each shard to experience internally the result of that reflectivity coming through that facet. Thus, they create internally for themselves a reflection that goes back to the other shard that then allows for commonality, for consensus in their experience. The shards within shards within shards is one way of, let's just say, poetically describing the idea of the prime radiant crossing itself over and over and over again to different densities.
Okay, so every time the prime radiant crosses itself, it creates a shard, or it reflects a shard.
You can look at it that way. It's a simplification, but it'll do for now.
All right, and then the densification occurs as
Yes.
the prime radiant crosses itself.
Yes.
And then eventually that would be represented by physical objects and
Yes.
things like that, and in the universe.
Yes.
Okay, and that was really interesting what you said tonight about the Big Bang is actually just
A
the
big
moment.
shatter.
It's the moment of self-reflection, which is the shattered mirror.
Yes. Because the whole mirror suddenly shatters and is able to see millions and an infinite number of different reflections of itself from different angles and points of view. But it's still the same one mirror. The mirror doesn't grow. It just shatters so it can create all these different reflections back to itself.
And then Indra's net would be
another way of expressing the idea of the holographic reflections, because every pearl in the net contains the information of all the other pearls in its reflective surface. So you only have to go to one pearl to learn the information of all the pearls in the net. Does that help?
Yes. And as far as the dolphins and the way that their psyche is related to our psyche on the quantum level, I think
Yes.
you were touching on that. Could
There
you?
is quantum resonance in your brains that has similar frequencies by which you can communicate telepathically, yes.
And that's why we can, but communicating telepathically is just thinking the same thoughts at the same time.
When you're on the same wavelength, yes. And so the quantum resonators in your brains can actually be easily matched, thus allowing you to have the same thoughts at the same time and learn to communicate.
So the main thing when you're wanting to communicate with dolphins is to be in that state of love, being in love with them.
Yes.
And just leave yourself open and relaxed and
Yes.
willing to hear.
Yes.
And I always feel like whatever you hear is what you need to hear, because
Of course.
it's putting you at such a high frequency, it's really allowing your higher self to
Yes.
talk to you.
You will always get the reflection from the shard you need to see. No other facet will face you.
Okay, so then all the mermaids and the mermen like to be in the water with the dolphins and get their reflections that way.
Yes. Oh, well said.
Okay, well, it looks like it's that time, you know.
All right. So you may enjoy a short break. We will then resume this transmission to allow for a holotope meditation that will help crystallize the shards within your consciousness in the way that will work best for you. Take your short break. We'll resume shortly.
Very good.
All right, let us continue this transmission by allowing yourselves to become relaxed. Start to breathe deeply, gently, easily. As we take you through this particular meditation to allow for the crystallization of the idea of the shards of a shattered mirror, you may, if you wish, have your eyes open to the holotope. But you can also allow yourself to superimpose in your mind's eye and your imagination some of the imagery that we will deliver to you during this meditation. And you can use the holotope as an underlying template to support and act as a framework for the experience that we are about to deliver. In honor of the story that you have been given tonight, we will take you through a meditative experience that is, in some ways, similar to an experience that Willa herself has in the process of becoming a cryptic. This experience is called the Divinorum. Allow yourselves now to relax. Let your lights go down and your music come up, and begin to breathe deeply and easily. Allowing yourself to let all the concerns of your day drift away. For this span of time and timing, you are here and you are now, and right now you need be nowhere else. Allow yourselves to continue to breathe. And as you breathe and feel the day melting away, and begin to embrace the night, allow yourselves, as you behold the image before you of color, light, and sound, to imagine that you are standing on an infinite plane of light, blue light. And this infinite plane stretches to an infinite horizon that creates a blue line of light as far away as you can imagine, yet you can still perceive it. And this all exists within a void of the deepest blue, the color of twilight, as you stand here upon this infinite plane. In all directions you look, the plane stretches to infinity, creating that blue line of light that is your horizon. And as you allow yourself to turn in a circle on this plane, observing that it is the same in all directions, and you come back to your starting point, allow yourself to imagine that you see on that very, very distant horizon a small glint of light. And slowly, slowly, that glint of light grows larger and larger as something comes closer and closer and closer, moving toward you, but still very far away, still just a glint and a glimmer. You can't quite make it out yet. But eventually, this glimmer of light, this glint, resolves itself into a crystalline sphere that is rolling toward you on this infinite plane, rolling toward you from a great distance. Yet you can see it, even though it's still very, very, very far away. You lose all sense of scale and size. You cannot really tell how far away it is or how large it is. All you can perceive is this crystalline sphere rolling toward you, getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And you begin to realize that it is now the size of a large ball and getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And now it is as big as a house and getting bigger and bigger. Yet you can tell it is still very, very far away. And this crystalline sphere rolls towards you, closer and closer, getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And you can hear it begin to rumble as it rolls across this infinite plane of light, rolling toward you, never stopping,
Its arrival is inevitable, and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger until its diameter is high, high, high above you, higher than the biggest building you've ever seen, higher than the biggest mountain you've ever beheld, rolling toward you still, far away, rumbling louder and louder like thunder as it rumbles toward you across this infinite plain. And finally you begin to realize it doesn't stop growing. It's getting bigger and bigger, and the sound is getting louder and louder until it is as big as a moon. And now, as you see it approach and roll toward you, you know you cannot outrun it. So you stand fast and you look up at it as it bears down on you in its crystalline surface. You see your own reflection in this moon-sized crystalline sphere, and as it rolls over you, you suddenly find yourself inside it, rolling with it, immersed in thick crystalline liquid, floating through it. You have penetrated its outer membrane and are floating to the center of this sphere that contains this thick crystalline liquid light. And as you float freely to the center of this sphere, as it stretches out all around you, and you tumble slowly through it, rolling with it across the infinite plane, and finally arrive at its heart, at its very center. The vibration of its rumbling changes pitch. It becomes higher and higher and higher and louder. It crescendos into a very high frequency vibration that surrounds you, that vibrates the liquid, sending ripples and patterns all through it, through your body as you tumble with it. And it reaches such a peak, such a high frequency, that suddenly all of the liquid inside this gigantic, titanic crystalline sphere freezes. And you are frozen with it. And the pitch goes higher still, and higher still, and louder still, and louder still, until this frozen liquid suddenly shatters into an infinite number of cracks and shards and fractures all around you, stretching out from you, from your heart. Infinitely in all directions, it appears to be. Shards and fractures, shards upon shards, large and small, shards that have fractured into other shards, facets glinting, scintillating with a million, a billion flickers of light. And in these facets you begin to see, as you tumble through them like a ghost, images, pictures of your life, past, present, and future, of other lives, simultaneous incarnations, flickering here, flickering there. And you begin to piece together an image, a picture, that all of this is a reflection of you from various points of view, from various perspectives of all that is. As the shards tumble around you, as you tumble through them, insubstantial as a spirit, passing through them, absorbing information from them of the various images that you see, that reveal themselves in the tumbling shards, that glint in your ghostly eyes. And suddenly, you collect all the information from all these shards coming together to inform you, to deliver to you all that you need to know in perfect timing, when you need to know it, to enlighten you, to allow you to gather everything you need. All of this is you in an infinite array of imagery and experience and perspective and awareness and knowledge and love and light in its crystalline form, reflecting to itself all the ways it can experience itself to be, ad infinitum, from all points of view. And you allow yourself to float freely again through this as the shards begin to become ghost-like and fade from around you, as the sphere itself begins to fade from around you, and you simply find yourself the only thing remaining as you tumble through the twilight void, and suddenly, gently, softly, effortlessly, find yourself once again standing on the infinite plane of blue light, stretching to infinity, to that blue line horizon, and know that you now are aware that you contain all the information of all the shards that are within you. And you feel the expansiveness of this information and this awareness, and you breathe it in, and you make it your own, and you crystallize it within you, knowing that you can always call on these shards and these reflections and these facets to deliver to you, perfect place and time, all the information you need to know at that moment to be more fully who you truly are. Giving, sharing, of service to all, willing to be, willing to be, willing to be your true self, your uncompromising, impeccable true self, indestructible, eternal, and infinite. Breathe it in, gently and slowly, and allow the infinite plane to dissolve, and allow the void to dissolve, and allow your music to dissolve, slowly as you breathe, to become softer and softer, fainter and fainter, and the lights to dim and darken, until you're floating free, infinitely, gently, calmly, quietly, where a whisper tells you everything you need to know and is heard with the crystal clarity of a ringing bell, so that you know that everything that you need to know is here and now, right here with you, and you become the frequency of your true being, in harmony, in synchronization, in love and light with all that is. Breathe it in, breathe it in, and breathe it out into your world that you create anew every moment. Allow yourself now to relax into this new you as a shard of the shattered mirror that you are, constantly reflecting to others and being reflected to with all that you need in life and all that you need in love. Be at peace. Be peace. Be all that you are. Allow yourselves now to just float freely for a while, for a time, and allow the story to continue within you, and allow it to be reflected without. For it is your story and the story of all that is within you. Allow it to unfold and unfold and unfold. Our unconditional love to you all. Sweet dreams.